Recorded Books Incorporated presents an unabridged recording of Deal to Die For by Les Standiford, narrated by Ron McClarty. This work is copyrighted 1996 by Les Standiford. This recording is copyrighted 1999 by Recorded Books Incorporated. Small-time building contractor John Deal's life is unraveling faster than a film reel spinning off a projector. And now he's beginning an investigation that will pull him into the vortex of a scheme run by Chinese gangsters looking to make a killing in the porno movie industry. Les Standiford opens with a verse from the Tao Te Ching. Know, therefore, that the sword is a cursed thing, which the wise man uses only if he must. And now, Deal to Die For.
Chapter 1. You know how the Chinese like to have sex, Paco? It was Richard Mandanian's voice, drifting up to him from the back of the limo. They were high in the Hollywood Hills now, Paco Edwards piloting the unfamiliar barge-like limo along twisty Mulholland Drive. Paco readjusted his grip on the wheel. I hadn't much thought about it, he said, trying to get a better look at what was going on back there. The little guy, Mandanian, had dropped the glass that separated the main compartment so they could talk, or so that Paco could watch and listen, was probably more like it. Paco had met Mandanian and the woman he was back there with at some bar his new landlord had directed him to. Larry's, Harry's, Gary's. Some hang out a couple of blocks up La Cienega from the Beverly Center. Crowded little place, between a limo service and a flower shop. His landlord, guy with a shaved head and a stud driven through his tongue, looking him over. Jeans, boots, an unconstructed jacket the clerk in the Beverly Center had sworn was the latest thing, finally nodding. You should do all right in there. And it seemed he had. Exactly like we do, Mandanian said, finishing it, laughing at his own joke. You mean while they ride around in big cars with other people driving? Paco said, hearing the edge in his voice. You two be nice, the woman said. She'd started all this. He knew she had. Invited him to join their table in the crowded place, had laughed at Paco's Texas shtick, throwing back her head, showing her perfect teeth, baring the lovely curve of her throat. There were good-looking women in Odessa, he thought. This one would have them turning their heads in shame. Research, the little guy was saying, calling from the back seat. You make a movie, you have to know what your audience wants, that's all. That's what a person like you needs to understand. There was a pause, and the sound of flesh scooching across leather. You want to write for the movies, the guy continued. I'm giving you that for free. Thanks, Paco said. He cut his eyes briefly to the rearview mirror, caught a glimpse of the woman's milky skin, her backside laid out on the dim side lamps like a map of heaven. Richard just finished Ghost Buddies, the woman had told him over the din in the bar. And he's going to do some work in China next year? The first American films ever to be made on the mainland? She said it as if it were a question, an invitation for Paco to say he'd heard about these movies. It hasn't happened yet, Mandanian had said, his first recognition of Paco. Goddamn chinks are as bad as anybody else when it comes to putting up the money. Once he'd found out what Mandanian's business was, Paco told him why he'd come out to California. Now he was beginning to regret it. You're not worried? Pick up some guy you don't know, let him drive you around like this? Paco said. The guy was leaning back in a corner of the seat, still had most of his clothes on, his arms crossed behind his head as she worked on him. Should I be worried, Paco? You told me you came from an old ranching family. I'm thinking salt of the earth and all that." "That's right," Paco said. "Salt of the earth." Another mistake, telling him about his family. The ranch that had once covered 96 sections of West Texas prime, now shriveled to a fraction of that, and what was left the subject of endless wrangling among the heirs. Paco turned back to the road. Narrow road that ran along the very spine of the mountains. For 2 years he'd never seen past the lip of a cement block wall. Now, one second he'd have a breathtaking view of the L.A. basin. The next, they'd swing around, give him an endless vista of the lights of the San Fernando Valley. On top of that, there was what was going on in the back seat. Though the edge of his own lust had fallen away. Too weird for a Texas boy, Paco? It was still something to behold. Less than a week outside, out of Texas at last. Look what he'd fallen into. Material, Paco. View it as material. So how does a fellow from the joint get into writing screenplays, Paco? How does that work? Paco glanced in the mirror. Something he hadn't brought up with Mendanian. The woman up on the seat now, atop the little guy and squirming in place, her eyes closed, lower lip caught in her teeth. Paco glanced away. Maybe his lust's not all the way gone after all. "What joint are we talking about?" "You don't want to discuss it, it's okay with me." Paco heard some fleshy noises from back there. He thought about slamming on the brakes, see who yelped. "Richard made San Quentin Blues," the woman said, her voice breathy. "He researched it. By the time it was over, he'd spent more time in prison than Michael Milken." Paco glanced in the mirror. He'd never heard of the movie, but he knew something about prison. Looking at it was one thing. Living it, another. "It's the way you all walk," Mendanian said. "Always watching without seeming to, always ready for the next bad scene. Quite distinctive, really. You took me for a con, and you have me driving your car?" "Some of us are amused by these things," Mendanian said. "I don't think you're a bad person, Paco," the woman, her breathing labored. "When we saw you walk in, Richard said, 'There's a guy who's just come out of the joint.' I said you looked cute." Paco shook his head. He'd heard it was strange out here, but no one had prepared him for this. "Some guy came through the facility, did a weekend writers' conference," Paco said finally. "He read my stuff. Said there was grit. Said there was a movie in it." "Do tell," the little guy said. "What did you do, anyway? Stick up a 7-Eleven? Paco glanced in the mirror again. "This getting you off, grinding my ass too?" Mendanian laughed. "I'm just trying to find out what you're made of, Paco. See if you've got what it takes." "Takes for what?" "For whatever," Mendanian said. Paco shrugged. What the hell, he could stand a little crap. Was even getting used to it. He'd scored a few drinks, got the feel of driving a car again. How long before he'd be able to get a driver's license, after all? "Let's go to the Watts Towers," the woman again, her voice in a different key. "I think you should see the Watts Towers, Richard." "Smack," Paco said, ignoring her. "They caught me with a couple of loaves of Mexican brown halfway between Matamoros and Kingsville." "Yeah?" the little guy said. "Running drugs when you had all that land to sell?" Paco shrugged. Why had he told Mendanian about his family? But he knew why. Long as he'd been out of commission, find someone like her across a table, he'd have said anything to keep her looking at him with that dazzling smile, raising her arm to signal the waitress for another round. His gaze traveling down her slender fingers, her wrist, the milky hollows of her elbow and underarm. It made him think of an old movie he'd seen a few months back, piped in for their Saturday night diversion. Spencer Tracy has a slug of a steaming drink, takes one look at Lana Turner, turns into Cro-Magnon Man. Sure, Paco thought. Nothing fantastic about that. For all he knew, there were tufts of hair growing out of his own ears right now. She was off the seat now, was moving in his direction, bent down, all the parts of her swaying with the motion of the car. He leaned aside, trying to find the little guy's eyes in the mirror. I got 6 brothers and sisters. You ever try to get 6 insane people to agree on the same deal? Nearly every day, Mendanian said. Not bad, Paco thought. Maybe he wasn't such a twerp after all. Maybe he and this guy had more in common than he'd assumed. So what if he wouldn't last a week in the joint? That wasn't the proof of a person's worth, was it? He was outside now, a normal person again. He had to start thinking like he was. The woman was at the compartment window now, leaning through, her breasts brushing the back of his neck. "Wouldn't you like to see the Watts Towers?" she asked, her voice smoky. Back in the restaurant, she'd excused herself from the table. He'd watched her go. Soft black dress, medium spiked heels, every nudge of her body an erotic summons. When she returned from the bathroom, her eyes were glittering, and a tiny tear of moisture glittered at one of her perfect nostrils. Paco had imagined what the drug was doing to her, how her blood had heated, what she might be thinking. He had stared back at her until he felt he had slid right inside the envelope of her skin, could feel her lungs swelling when she breathed, her blood pounding in his own veins. "We're going now," she'd said. "But why don't you come with us?" "Sure," Mendanian had said, sliding a set of car keys across the table at Paco. "Any friend of Lizzie's is a friend of mine." Paco sensed a flash of light behind the limo, glanced in the outside mirror to see a car coming up behind them. He shrugged her off. "There's people coming." The glass of the driver's compartment wasn't tinted. Some other driver got a look of what was draped over his back. The guy would sail right off the cliffs. "So what?" she said, leaning heavily into him. Paco's head went down, came back up. He nearly missed a curve in the road. He dropped his speed, gripped the wheel tightly. "I'm trying to drive," he said. "Look, Richard doesn't mind. He'll drive a while, won't you, Richard?" "Jesus Christ," he said, flailing at her, trying to shove her back into the compartment. The car behind them had swung out to pass, was clipping alongside them now. He'd caught the silhouette of cruiser lights atop the sedan, got a glimpse of a cop in the passenger seat glancing their way. He held his breath, ready for it all to come down. First there'd be the spotlight in his eyes, and the bullhorn voice telling him to pull over, and then the film in his head collapsed into hyperdrive, a blur of familiar scenes, an instantaneous montage of the American judicial system that ended with the slam of a heavy iron door at his heels. Mendanian and the woman waving goodbye to him from the green, green grass of home. He was ready for it, girding for it, trying to muster some story. "It's not my fault, officer. She pointed her breasts at me, forced me to drive." And then, miraculously, the cruiser sped on past. He didn't get a good look at the insignia. Maybe it was some kind of rent-a-cop cruising the Megabucks properties up here. Or maybe the uniforms just didn't fuck with stretch limos out here, no matter what might be going on inside. He took a deep breath, watching the taillights of the cruiser whisk on ahead, watched them grow smaller and smaller until his relief was almost complete. "You hurt my neck." It was the woman, whining from the compartment behind him. "He hurt my neck, Richard." "You're lucky that's all that hurts," Paco said. "That was the goddamn cops just passed us." He was about to turn, say something else, when he felt a stunning pain at his head, felt something splash across his face and neck. Brilliant sheets of light danced behind his eyes. He slammed instinctively on the brakes. "You fucking ignorant hick!" she was screaming. She was pummeling him with her fists now, deep into a serious mood swing. Paco had been there, lost in the chemical snowdrifts, where the least word crossways could put you crazy. The limo slid to a halt across the opposite lane. Its nose pointed out at the valley lights. The bolts of pain had subsided, and he blinked his eyes, grateful at first that he could still see. Though what he saw made him catch his breath. A couple more feet, they'd have been over the side of the cliff. He had one hand up to ward off her blows, the other at his temple, checking the knot that had already risen there. He felt a splinter of glass prick his finger, felt something wet trickling down his cheek. He smelled the sick, sweet odor of bourbon. She must have clobbered him with a whole decanter. At least he hoped it was whiskey that was dripping down his collar, soaking him. "Calm down, Melissa." It was Mendanian, with a voice that wouldn't get an egg-sucking dog's attention. Melissa was halfway into the driver's compartment now, remembering she had nails, gouging him a good one across the cheek. If he hadn't been bleeding before, he sure as shit was going to be now. Paco was retreating into the corner of the driver's seat, swatting her hands away, when he saw the brake lights go on up ahead of them. Lord, Lord, he thought. The cops had seen them. The cruiser pulled into a driveway, briefly illuminating an iron fence and a pack of dogs snarling and lunging at the bars. Then it backed out, its headlamps washing over the limo as it hit the roadway and headed back in their direction. There wasn't much time, but the cruiser would have to round a curve before it would be upon them, this road twisty as a bottomland creek. There was some justice in that, Paco thought, as his hand found the door lever and pulled. He rolled out onto the gravel shoulder of the road into the cool, crisp night. He was up and slamming the door behind him in one motion, making his choice as quick as the first con in the cafeteria line. Can't go forward, can't go back. There'll be another cruiser coming from behind them in a heartbeat. Far side of the road, a steep embankment rising up, covered with brush that could hide him. Maybe that way. But then he saw some more of that spike-topped fencing running through the scrub oaks, and next thing there was the noise of things crashing through the brush. At first it was snarling, then god-awful barking as the dogs he'd seen down the fence line a moment ago got close enough to catch his scent. Their growling changed to something that was more like gargling blood. Better to spend a month chained to a crip in a blood in isolation than go over that fence. Which meant, with the cruiser slewing around the curve now, its lights bouncing high up, about to come down and catch him there with his thumb up his butt, he had but one way to go. That's when he went out over the side of the cliff, his hand clutching some gnarly bush that poked from the dusty soil, praying there would be something soft to land on down below. Instead, surprisingly, his feet hit ground. He took one step, then another, picking up speed big time, but was still beginning to think he'd lucked out. Then the bush in his hand tore loose like it had never had roots in the first place, and there was nothing underneath him but air. He went out into space, his breath gone, his stomach seeming to fly up through his chest, his arms and legs windmilling. As he fell, he cursed his father for dying intestate, cursed his impossible, quarrelsome brothers and sisters, cursed the Kingsville cop whose job was so pitifully boring he pulled him over for a broken tail light and stumbled accidentally onto Paco's stash. He even cursed the member of the Lomos he'd had to cut with a converted butter knife he'd taken in trade for his old man's watch. For if that little Chicano jerk had been any kind of thug at all, he would have gutted Paco right there on the hardball court of the Permian Basin Correctional Facility and saved him from the terrible fate of falling off a California cliffside to his death. He was trying to think of someone else to curse when he hit the tree. He felt something snap and rip through his side with an icy pain. Felt another something shoot up under his shirt and jacket, trench the flesh along his spine. A jagged point of wood shot up through his collar, took out the lapel of his new coat, glanced off his jaw. His head snapped back as hard as it had the day Chico from the iron pile decided he didn't like some gringo pendejo walking around with a Mexican name, sucker punched him into another orbit. But hey, Paco was thinking, screw Chico, screw the tree limb, screw his old man and his brothers and sisters and the horse they all rode in on, because the fact of the matter was, even if he was bleeding from several different places now, even if his side was ripped open and his jaw was kissing his own ear and his sphincter was shrunk to where he could crap through a straw, the main thing was he was no longer falling. He realized, in fact, after he'd finally mustered the courage to open his eyes, that he was hanging like a scarecrow in the clutches of a tree that itself had defied gravity to grow nearly sideways out of the sheer cliff. Beneath him, another 30 feet or so, was the backyard of an expensive house, a spacious area laid out in what seemed to be Japanese gardens, with a sizable grotto pool where great red fish lazed in the soft glow of hidden lights. He looked up to the lip of the cliff where the limo sat, and saw that he couldn't have fallen more than 20 feet. It seemed to have happened years ago. He saw the cruiser then, sliding to a stop on the graveled shoulder, saw its passenger door fly open, heard the whine of its big cop engine dying down. He saw a cop approaching the limo, a flashlight beam dancing in his hand, saw another beam from the other side of the limo, knew there was another cop over there somewhere. There were voices and muffled replies from inside the limo. Then, drifting down clearly on the sinking canyon breeze, "Open a door." Open a door? What a weird way to put it, Paco was thinking, until he realized that the cop had some strange kind of accent. Again the command, "Open a door." Then the sound of that very thing happening. A pause. "Officer," Mendanian's voice commanding exactly nothing. "Hey, what is this?" And then the terrific explosion. The sound of shattering glass and steel. The biting stink of powder drifting down to him. Shotgun, he found himself thinking. It took Paco a moment to understand, but when he realized what it was, what it had to be, it wasn't really cops up there at all. A fear swept him that made his tumble through the void seem something only good and true. He heard the woman's screams, the sounds of footsteps running through gravel, more explosions, and the screaming stopped. "Where is driver?" Paco heard. Same voice, same accent. Paco was trying desperately to untangle himself from his ruined coat now. A second voice. This one in an Oriental language, someone shouting back to the other phony cop. The new voice much clearer, the guy probably right at the top of the cliff now, having figured out just what Paco had. Only one way off this island, Dano. Paco yanked wildly at his coat sleeve, felt the fabric give way, felt himself swing away from the limb that had nearly taken his head off. He was dangling by one arm now. Some zoo monkey who'd escaped but lost his way. He squinted when the flashlight beam swept across his face, tried to shield himself with his free hand. His grip was slipping now, some kind of oddball California tree bark peeling away beneath his fingers. One way or another, this would not take long. He imagined the big red fish down there gazing up, their mouths popping open and closed, fins flapping them nowhere, unfazed and simply waiting. "There," he heard a voice above him say. "In tree! In goddamn tree!" Then the roar of the shotgun. Paco felt a stinging here and there, but nothing fatal yet. Then the blast of another weapon, maybe a handgun, but no pain. These guys apparently unequipped for anything that wasn't short range. Come on, hurry up. Get lucky, Paco was thinking. Some guy as dumb as Chico from the joint up there doesn't know what to do when the script changes. Then he heard another crack, realized that this time it was the sound of wood shattering. And finally, he felt a kind of relief, flying, going down to meet the great red fish. Chapter 2. God in heaven, Janice was saying. She shook her head at something she was reading in the paper. It happens everywhere, doesn't it? Deal heard but hadn't heard, not really. His mind was out there, over the vast plain of sawgrass, twisting and turning lazily, with a squadron of November buzzards riding the rising currents. This was why Florida had been invented, he'd been thinking. A cold front had swept down the state earlier in the week, pushing a stubborn winter heat wave well out into the Caribbean, leaving behind bright skies and air that made you want to weep with gratitude. Something had awakened him early that morning, some signal from the gods, that's how he saw it. Up before the sun, before Janice had even stirred, banging around the kitchen, brewing a pot of coffee thick enough to spoon into the thermos, laying out a phalanx of his special avocado and tomato sandwiches, sourdough bread on the bottom, slabs of hand-cut whole wheat on top, lemon pepper, and a drizzle of vinaigrette dressing for Janice, Captain Rick Caesar for himself. Then fruit yogurt, juice bottle, and any number of snack things for their daughter Isabel, all of it packed and their bikes loaded into the back of the pickup they called Big Red, and the sun still just a hint at the horizon. Janice had been grumpy at first, but was finally game. It was an annual trek, after all. Their first foray into the Everglades with the mosquitoes gone into hibernation and the park empty. The crowds of snowbirds still massing up north, shining their Winnebagos and white shoes and dreaming of a paved spot in the Florida sunshine. The tradition had begun when they were courting, a dozen years ago. 2 rent bikes tethered to the trunk of his car, and a bottle of wine, out the Tamiami Trail past the dikes and the last tendrils of urban sprawl to the shuttered visitors center at Shark Valley, over the chain barricades with the bikes to the loop road, and a 17-mile circle through the corridors of sawgrass and hammock. They had ridden past alligators, raccoons, ibis, and anhingas, all the creatures still too stunned with the rhythms of a solitary summer to pay much notice to a single pair of humans cruising through. That first trip they'd found the observation tower at the halfway point closed, but Deal had jimmied the door to the stairwell with the awl point of his Swiss Army knife. They drank the wine on the same shaded stairwell landing and made love there, their first time, while the sun sank steadily and the air grew cool, almost as cool as the air on this day, and had to ride the bikes back flat out in the gathering dusk, dodging the rousing gators all the way. That's where his mind had been on this day, 12 years later, while Janice lounged in a sunny spot on the landing, reading the copy of the Times they'd picked up from a box in a strip mall on the way. Isabel, no early riser even at 3, had stayed at home after all, watched over by Mrs. Suarez, their neighbor. "Let her sleep, Deal," Janice had said. "Let's do this, just you and me." And now they were doing it. Deal was sitting with his legs dangling in space, his arms hooked over a part of the stair railing, his chin resting on the cool metal. He lay his cheek on the rail and watched her as she read, her brow furrowed, her head still shaking in consternation. He thought that she hadn't changed much in the intervening years, not in physical ways, at least. She was a little leaner, maybe, her hair shorter, with a fleck of gray here and there. If anything, her soft, pleasant features had acquired an underlying edge, a character that only intensified her beauty. Here is a woman who might be great-looking, but has never let it get in her way, he thought. He was still a bit in awe of that. and in awe of what she'd overcome. 2 years since the fire that had destroyed their home and nearly claimed her life. 2 years of painful surgery to soften the scars and restore the flesh the flames had stolen from her. It made his own skin feel taut and fired just to think about it. And yet, looking at her now, it seemed almost as if it hadn't happened. There were places below the line of her jaw where the grafts below showed lighter, some telltale scarring if you were looking for it, but makeup could very nearly erase those traces. It was, in fact, a miracle. "You remember the first time we came here?" he said. She looked up from the paper, her eyes seemingly unfocused. "What?" "The first time we were here," he said. "I was just thinking about that." She stared at him, her gaze coming into focus. It was as if he could see her thoughts rearranging themselves, leaving whatever had held her in the paper and moving to a consideration of him. "You always think about that," she said. He wasn't sure she was joking. "Not just the sex," he said, trying to protest. "I was thinking about all of it. What a great place this is. In fact," he added, "I think we probably owe our relationship to the fact we started out more or less, right here, right in the middle of all this. Just look at it. It looks like a place for beginnings, right?" He swung his arm enthusiastically out into space, over the vast expanse of sawgrass below, where a breeze they hadn't felt cut a sinuous pattern of waving green off toward the horizon. It was as if a huge invisible hand were smoothing the nap on a giant rug. She gave him an odd stare. "That was a long time ago, wasn't it?" He nodded, a little deflated. That was Janice, all right. You couldn't count on her to lock up with your own train of thought. She was probably still thinking about whatever it was she'd been reading about, was only giving him the appearance of her attention, even now. That was something she'd been better about, though, especially since Isabel had come along. Being here, in the world. In their first years together, there were times when she would drift away so completely, become so self-contained, that he worried she would never come back. More properly, he worried that she would not need him in the same way he needed her. But that was silly, she assured him. She did need him. He had no idea how much. "You come from one of those touchy-feely Walton kind of families, deal." That's what she told him once, laughing. "Popcorn on the Christmas tree, everybody kissing under the mistletoe, all that. My mother's idea of affection was a handshake." She claimed never to have seen her parents kiss, could not fathom the very intercourse that had brought her into existence. "I guess they tried it at least once," she'd said, shaking her head, "but they couldn't have enjoyed it much." Janice herself had no such reservations, though. They'd both been oozing blood from their concrete raw knees and elbows the night of their first ride back through the Everglades, and that aspect of their relationship had never cooled. Still, there had been times, even after the most stunning, exhausting sex, when he'd sensed her slipping away, drifting off to that place where he could never go, even though he'd hold her as tightly as he could. Although he assumed the episodes had something to do with growing up in such a frigid household, Deal had no way of knowing how accurately Janice had described her parents' shortcomings. Long before he'd met her, they'd both died, killed in an automobile accident, a head-on collision with a tractor-trailer on an icy Ohio 2-lane, while Janice was away at college. And that was reason enough he had long ago decided to allow her those moods, to try to understand them, and most important, to not be threatened by them. Given what they'd been through the past few years, she was entitled, and he told himself they were tiny blips, more a reflection of his own insecurities than anything else. He had a beautiful wife. Their life together was good. They could talk about things that mattered. They had a lovely child. Dealco, his contracting business, was finally on solid ground again. He had a lot to be thankful for. She was staring out toward the horizon now, her face drawn in thought. He felt a flood of warmth wash over him, a mixture of desire and gratitude. He found himself thinking of their first visit again, felt a sudden wave of arousal. Maybe Janice was right. Maybe he was always thinking of that. Still, nothing wrong with the way he was feeling, was there? Perfectly innocent. Not that it had been on his mind when he was getting ready for this trip. He'd been the one willing to wake Isabel, after all. "What were you reading?" he asked. He could be patient. They could have conversation. Just be together. And be patient. See what happens. "What?" she said, turning to him. Her eyes blinked again, refocusing, coming back. She glanced at the paper, which ruffled in a momentary updraft, then waved as if to dismiss the memory. "Just another killing," she said wearily. "A man and his wife shot in their car." "Here?" Deal said. It was a fact of life now. Murder in Paradise, a wrap-up of the prior day's slaughter, part of every breakfast newscast. Tourists blown away on the interstate, 7-Eleven clerks macheted to pieces at the till, cops picked off by snipers passed over for promotion at the post office. He wondered what South Florida atrocity had been remarkable enough for the New York Times to pick up on. She shook her head. "In Los Angeles," she said. "The man was a movie producer and his wife was an actress." She glanced away again, shaking her head. "It happened on Mulholland Drive." Her voice had grown faint, almost pained. Deal looked over at the paper, curious. "Did you know these people?" "No." She shook her head. "But I was on Mulholland Drive once," she said. He saw a tear break from the corner of her eye, slide down her cheek. There was a tiny scar there, near her chin. Nothing anyone else would have noticed, only enough to shift the course of the tear a fraction. She gestured out at the scene before them. "It is pretty here, Deal. That's what got me thinking. And that was the prettiest place, too." Her voice was faltering. "Janice," he said, reaching out for her. Not again, he was thinking, not now. She turned to him, held her hand up, turned her head, a gesture that said, "Stay back." A chill swept over him. It was a stranger's expression on her face, come over her in an instant. Even her posture, the cant of her body, seemed wrong. Flashes of a dozen bad science fiction films ran behind his eyes. "She looks like my wife, but she isn't. She isn't." "I can't do this any longer, Deal." Her voice strangled. "I'm sick of pretending." "Do what?" He reached for her again, but she lurched back toward the railing, which looked suddenly very frail to him. "What's wrong, Janice?" "This is not your fault, Deal," she said, her eyes jittery. She took a breath, gathering herself, avoiding his gaze now. "You've tried. I know you want me to think that I'm still attractive." He stared at her, felt his mouth working dumbly. "Stop fooling around." She backed farther away at the sharp tone of his voice, and he stopped, then began again. A knot of pain had formed in his chest. "You are attractive. You're goddamn gorgeous. Don't lie to me, Deal. We've always been honest with one another." She ran her hands along the line of her jaw, tracing the thin scars, then abruptly clenched her fists, pulling back her shoulder-length hair. "You can't deny this." She swung her head to one side, then the other, like some petulant child. The tissue of both ears was still gnarled, much of it angry red, but that was normal. The process of reconstruction was nearly complete, another operation, possibly two, and meantime, with her hair worn down, who would even see what scarring remained? He felt stunned, even nauseous with helplessness, At the time of the accident, the doctors had cautioned him that burn victims often experienced bouts of depression over the course of reconstructive surgery. But Janice had seemed immune. She'd weathered the worst times without a whisper of complaint. And suddenly, now that she was by anyone's measure nearly back to her old self again, she was suddenly falling apart, disintegrating before his eyes. Janice.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Oh Daniel, can't you see? You're the only one in the world to me. Oh Daniel, I'm here to stay. In your love I'm lost, swept away. Your voice so soft like a summer breeze. With every word you put me at ease. The way you laugh, the way you shine. Daniel, I'm yours and you're truly mine. With grace and strength you hold your ground. You're fierce, you're kind, love so profound. There's magic in the way you speak. I'm falling hard, I'm falling deep. Oh Daniel, can't you see? You're the only one in the world to me. Oh Daniel.
I know it's been tough on you, but you're fine. You look wonderful. Her scream cut him off, froze him. Her eyes clenched tight, the tendons jumping from her neck. She threw back her head and screamed until her breath gave out. The sound echoed off the steel and concrete, splintered the pristine silence about them, worse than any sonic boom or airboat engine could have. A flock of ibis who'd been foraging in a soggy meadow at the foot of the tower rose and soared away, their wings slapping the air a dozen feet from where Deal sat, as stunned as Lot looking at his wife. Finally, she opened her eyes, took a breath, turned toward him. "Don't ever," she said abruptly as the sounds died away. "Don't ever say that again." Her voice had regained that same desperate tone. She'd drawn her legs up under her body, staring at him warily, as if she were ready to spring backward, out into space. Deal locked his gaze with hers and nodded. "All right," he said, forcing his voice to sound calm. "The apotheosis of reason. I won't. I promise." She seemed to relent then, sagging as if all her energy were suddenly spent. He leaned forward, caught his arms about her shoulders, pulled her close, away from the landing's edge. "Janice," he said. She was sobbing now, her body shuddering as she gasped for air. He had one arm locked about her shoulders, pulling her steadily from the edge, using his free hand to stroke her hair. Far out of the Everglades, the buzzards were still soaring, and the ibis had fluttered down to another, quieter meadow. He held his lips to her forehead and rocked her in his arms. Dear Janice. Where would they go from here? Chapter 3. "Fish pond? What the hell do you mean, fish pond?" The big man stopped himself, glanced around the outdoor terrace of the Griffith Park clubhouse, worrying that his voice had carried. He shouldn't have bothered. It was misting lightly, and most of the golfers were huddled inside, swapping lies in the grill room. Just one old fart at a table across the way, adding and re-adding his scorecard, frowning, wouldn't have budged for an atomic blast. "Just like I told you," the Chinese guy sitting across from him said. "Man fall in fish pond." He lifted his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Get away." "Sounds like fucking Confucius," the big man said, fuming, drumming the table with his fingers. Next thing, someone would walk outside, recognize him, want to know what was going on. Never mind the sunglasses and Lakers cap he had donned. Not much chance of that, it being a city course and far too déclassé for most of his associates. But look what had happened already. If Chinese gangsters could screw up, where did that leave you? "Sorry?" the Chinese guy said, not sure if he was being insulted. "Forget it." He sat back in his chair, drumming the table with both hands now. His gaze lit on the old guy across the terrace, who was furiously crossing something out on his scorecard, penciling something else in. The guy's face had grown beet red, and he seemed to be talking to himself. A mess, the big man was thinking. A big freaking mess. That's what he got for bringing in someone like Richard Mendanian in the first place. Offer a bottom feeder a nibble, he's going to try to take the whole chunk every time. He turned back to the Chinese guy, tapped the newspaper that lay between them. "Here's what I don't get. Your people try to take this chauffeur out, but he gets away. How come he doesn't go straight to the cops? Maybe he has something to hide?" He thought about it for a moment. He'd met some of the hangers-on in Mendanian's orbit. Sleazewads following a bigger sleazewad, champing down the chunks that fell off. Sure, it would make sense, the driver being some kind of criminal. Who'd believe some guy who probably looked like he stepped out of a pirate picture? "No, sir, I had nothing to do with killing my employer. It was 2 Chinese guys in cop suits that did it." The big man nodded, pointing at the paper again. "So now this chauffeur is a suspect," he said. "At least there's that much in our favor." "You worry about nothing. Man turn himself in, talk all he want to. Knows nothing in the first place." "He's a loose end," he said. He stared glumly out over the golf course. 4 guys in rain suits walking down a fairway. Looked like they were ready to clean up radiation. What a fucking game. The Chinese guy shrugged. "Nothing to worry about. Cops think he in on it." He tapped his finger on the paper between them. "Forget this man. A bigger fry to fish." He stared. "It's bigger fish to fry." The Chinese guy thought about it. "Make more sense the other way," he insisted. He was quiet for a moment, then moved on. "Who going to make our movie now?" "There's a million guys where Richard Mendanian came from," he said. "Need someone to trust," the Chinese guy said. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll take care of it." "You say don't worry about this Mendanian. No problem. Look what happens." "I'll do it if it comes to that," he said. "I'll move the fucking show dog and set up shop myself." "Guangdong," the Chinese guy said, patiently correcting him. "Lot of money riding along this. Lot of movies. Lot of money." "Riding on this," the big man said, correcting in turn. "Like riding on a horse." The Chinese guy shrugged. "Maybe need to see somebody else after all." "Don't get your bowels in an uproar," he said. "Lot of dollars involved," the Chinese guy said. "Don't need any more mistakes." "Don't worry," he said. From the Chinese guy's expression, he wasn't sure he was being convincing. Then he thought of something else. "I'm getting a little low on that fish oil you've been sending me," he said. "I like to keep stocked up." The Chinese guy waved his hand. He hoped that meant something positive, but it was always hard to be sure. He might have pressed him on the matter, but there was a noise across the way then, and they both turned. The old guy who'd been adding and re-adding his score had slumped backward in his chair, knocking his carry bag over with a crash. His head was flung back, his mouth open to the sky. His face had turned the color of old sheets. His hands splayed limp at his sides. It occurred to the big man that whatever the old fart had done to his score, he was already in the process of explaining it to some higher authority. "Man not look so good," the Chinese guy said. "Maybe you ought to tell someone," he added, turning back. But by then, he was speaking to air. Chapter 4. Well, I think that when people think of page noblemen, they think poise. Actress and reporter, they were sitting at a table in a corner of Outre, the newest in the ever-evolving series of industry hotspots. Page had been staring at the one empty table in the place, a definite power table, the ultimate see and be seen spot, wondering idly who would command the post on this day. Page turned back to the smiling magazine reporter, trying hard to keep her coffee cup from sloshing over as she raised it toward her lips. Poise, she thought. Focus on the concept. Bring it into the core of yourself. Fix it. Let it radiate back out. First principles of the profession. "It's all an act," Page said, mustering an equally mindless smile. This girl across from her was clearly a rookie, 25, 26 tops, thick mop of blonde hair, flawless skin, jaw-dropping figure inside, more or less inside, those swaths of Banana Republic cotton. What could such a person know about the need to maintain poise? And she'd just used the same word 3 times in one sentence. Page hoped there was a good copy editor somewhere in the chain of command. The reporter laughed in a good-natured way. "That's hard to believe," she said. "The kind of men you've played against and all?" Page saw a young man in a sleek 3-piece suit cut a glance across the room. Attorney-turned-producer, flanked by 2 others in similar suits. Combined age under 100. They'd come to Outre to settle all the important business of the entertainment world amid the linen and the china. His gaze flitted across Page's features. Was there a flicker of recognition there? Then settled in on the bosomy young reporter. Page wanted to call out to him, "Poise, Ace! Give some thought to poise!" But instead, she took a sip of coffee, returned the cup to the saucer. Deep breath, no spills, no rattling of china. Yet. The reporter gestured at the empty table then. "That's Richard Mendanian's table, you know." She said it in a hushed voice. No need to startle any fellow diners. Page glanced over, a bit surprised. Richard Mendanian, king of the sleaze pick, when there had been such a domain. He'd offered her a part once in the early days. She'd turned it down, not necessarily because of the nature of the film, for she'd been too hungry at the time to be fussy about questions of art. She wouldn't even have minded taking her clothes off in the film Mendanian was making. It was just that she refused to take them off there, in Mendanian's office, before the shooting started. But now Mendanian was dead, shot to death in the hills. Robbery was the official motive, though one of the trades had speculated that it had been some kind of drug deal gone bad. In any case, Richard Mendanian was dead, and she was dying too, career-wise at least. "I didn't know," she told the reporter at last. Surprised he'd have the king of the table locked up. "He was spreading the word around he was back in the fast track, that's what I hear. He took a lease on that spot from Albertine. I guess everybody's too freaked out to want to sit there now. Or maybe his rent's not up." Page shrugged. "They'll put some tourists there soon enough," she said. The reporter laughed in agreement, took the cue to get back on track. She checked her notes, then glanced up at Page. "I watched White Dungeons again yesterday. That nude scene with De Niro, I mean, you just blew him away. And he got to wear a towel through the whole thing. How do you manage to stay so cool?" "A towel and a beige Speedo underneath that," Page wanted to add. Instead, she smiled. "It helps when you have a good script," she said. She was wondering when it had happened. When it had come to be, you could ask a question without actually posing it. Just add a rising inflection at the end of your line. Not line, she corrected herself. Sentence. This was real life. This girl was interviewing her. A retrospective piece, she'd said. For Christ's sake, what did it mean, someone doing a retrospective piece before you'd even turned 40? It's more than that, the reporter insisted. Garbo had it, and Hepburn, and you, the reporter said. Paige did some quick calculations, figuring that the reporter had just removed her at least 2 generations from her own peers. But hey, Garbo, Hepburn, and now noblemen. They could tear down the Hollywood sign, carve their poised likenesses into the side of the mountain in its place. I've got some work to do before I enter that company, she said mildly. Oh, that's what I mean, the reporter said. You're always so together. Laurie, Paige began, feeling the onset of a massive headache about to claim her. Jory, the reporter corrected her. Jory Hubbard. I'll tell you something, Jory. She paused, her gaze holding on something over the reporter's shoulder. She was staring now across the crowded main room through an elegantly framed archway into one of the many secluded nooks provided by Albertine, Outre's famed chef and owner, for the patrons more interested in privacy than in proving their place in the industry pecking order. A waiter had drawn aside a curtain that shielded the alcove in order to flambe something for his customers. It was a couple. The young woman, dark-complexioned, her hair twisted into a braid that wound exotically about her neck, facing outward. The man with his back to Paige. The light was dim, and Paige would be damned if she was going to fish her glasses out of her purse in front of Jory Hubbard. But she'd lived with the same man for a 6 years, knew the shape of his movements as well as the shape of his nose. When the man in the alcove reached his hand out to stroke the cheek of the woman in the dark braid, pulled her close and kissed her, Paige felt her stomach turn over. "What were you going to tell me?" Jory Hubbard asked. Paige blinked. The waiter had withdrawn. The curtain had fallen closed. She turned back to face the reporter. She couldn't say she was surprised, not with the way things had been going lately with Paul, but still, having to see it, her lover with another woman in the very restaurant. "You were going to say something?" the reporter prompted again. She had a pen in her hand, a tiny leather-bound notebook on the table open beside a bowl of chilled summer blossom soup. "Yes," Paige heard herself saying, her eyes still on the swaying curtain. "And?" Jory Hubbard staring at her, a little puzzled now. Paige forced her gaze from the curtain, forced herself from what might be going on in there now. Sea scallops flying this way, seared duck salad that, all fangs and claws and dark braids in the cactus spine soup. "I grew up in Miami," she said to Jory Hubbard. "It was a different place back then, a small southern town, really. I was the most awkward, gangly, unprepossessing kid you ever met." Paige heard the sound of her own voice clearly, was herself impressed with the breezy, carefree tone. Jory was scribbling furiously, still shaking her head in disbelief. Paige's gaze fell upon the knife that was part of her place-setting. There seemed to be a fairly sharp point there. She'd prefer a saber, of course, something she could use to hack down those curtains over there like De Niro had in White Dungeons, slicing in half the 2 thugs hiding behind them in the process. But a steak knife would do. She'd be able to make her point in the alcove, wouldn't have to face a life sentence. "In high school," she was saying, "I went to the citywide debate tournament." There, she'd got it, rising inflection, asking the question, Jory Hubbard nodding encouragement. No one knew who I was, of course, and there we all were in this big auditorium. More nodding. Paige picked up the knife, a satisfying heft, but why be surprised? This was Outre, after all, and Albertine was no piker. Anyway, she continued, when it came my time to speak, they called my name, and I was too scared to answer. "What happened?" Jory Hubbard asked. "Nothing," Paige said. She had the knife turned around in her hand now, held it like a seasoned assassin, point digging into the soft linen tablecloth. She leaned forward, rested her chin atop her fist, felt the knife point sink a bit farther into the several layers of linen below. She smiled again at Jory Hubbard. "I listened to them call my name again and again, until finally they gave up and went on to the next person. I waited out in the hall until it was all over, and then I rode the bus home. I told my mother I lost." "That's a great story," Jory said, shaking her head. She'd left off scribbling for a moment. "It's hard to imagine you getting all choked up like that." "I suppose it is," Paige said, sighing. She was doing her best to keep her smile propped up. She glanced at the curtained alcove again, laughed miserably to herself, put the knife back in its place as their waiter arrived with lunch. "If you'll just excuse me for a minute," she said to Jory abruptly. The waiter had to step smartly out of the way as she pushed herself up and brushed past him. The buttery fragrance of the shrimp dish she'd ordered had overpowered her, threatening to send whatever it was she'd had for breakfast all over the trio of power brokers who were staring at her as she hurried out. She'd barely made it into the hallway leading from the main dining room when the tears came, blurring her vision so that she had to make her way toward the ladies' room by feel. She fumbled along the narrow passageway, past the maitre d's station, unoccupied, thank God, and no one in the foyer. Just give her a few minutes to herself. She could handle this. She had poise. She could cope. When she felt a hand at her elbow, someone guiding her back toward the front. "Ms. Nobleman." Dear God, Albertine himself. His cultured voice soft, solicitous, discreet. But tomorrow it would be all over the trades. What aging, ultra-poised lady of the silver screen was seen weeping her way toward the ladies' room, while her significant other held court with a pasha's daughter elsewhere in the same glitter dome? She turned to face him, wondering if a sufficiently poised expression might divert his attention from the otherwise ruin on her face. "I am sorry," he said, before she had a chance to say anything. He'd given her his little bow, kept his face averted. It took her a moment to understand he was only apologizing for disturbing her. "I told the party, no phone calls, but they say it is emergency." She stared at him, her mouth working, shaking her head. "Phone call?" she repeated. "Your sister," Albertine nodded. "From Florida. She say it is about your mother." And then she knew. The call she'd been dreading for months now. "Oh, God," she said, forgetting about the state of her career, about Paul, about gossip, and everything else, and followed Albertine to the phone. Chapter 5. "So tell me, what do you think, my friend?" Deal glanced at Emilio but said nothing. He was standing outside the body shop entrance, watching idly as the metal door to one of the bays clattered up its track. A chrome-sided lunch wagon pulled into the courtyard of the warehouse-cum-cottage industry complex, tootling its horn outside a furniture maker's place. Lunch at 10:30 in the morning. Emilio was standing beside him, one hand on the key-operated door opener, the other sweeping grandly at whatever was behind the door. Emilio, who'd insisted he come right over, grinning, waiting for his reaction, like some Latin Pat Sajak. Spin the wheel and win this, baby, Deal thought. Other than that, Deal wasn't thinking much at the moment. In fact, he'd spent the last few days trying not to think at all, just moving around where he had to. Checking in on the endless restoration work at Terence Terrell's mansion, overseeing the construction of a small strip center in Perrine, just keeping it going, like one of the pod people. Like they said in that old movie, life was so much simpler that way. Yesterday he'd shown up at the Terrell site, taken a nail apron away from one of his workers, launched into 2 hours of frenzied hammering, nailing partitions together until his arm seized up with cramps. He dropped the hammer, clutched his arm, looked up to find the whole framing crew watching him, concern etched on their faces. El jefe es loco. That was the consensus he drew from their expressions, and they were probably right. Maybe not crazy, but crazed, sure enough. When the door had risen high enough, Emilio ducked under the frame and flipped a light switch on the wall inside. A couple of banks of fluorescent tubes flickered to life, and Deal, who thought he'd become impervious, felt his stomach lurch. There, gleaming in gunmetal flake under the bluish-white lights, crouched like some dream out of the distant past, sat the Hog. As impossible, as real, as terrible in its dumbness as the Sphinx itself. "It's the very same car, my man. I hauled it out of the impound yard myself." Emilio clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes pinpoints, his grin manic. "I've been spending nights and weekends on this since I don't know how long." Neil knew Emilio was waiting for him to say something, but it didn't seem possible. Where to begin? Just a car on the one hand. That's what he was staring at. An '83 Seville, its rear seat and trunk chopped away, the whole thing transformed by Carl Saltz, his long-dead friend and car junkie, into a gentleman's pickup, an El Camino of a higher order. The last time Deal had seen it, a police wrecker was winching it up from a full Fathom 5 parking spot at the bottom of Biscayne Bay. It had nearly cost Janice her life, and his as well. "My cousin did the mechanic work," Emilio said. "He's been through it top to bottom. Also, we dropped the 67 V8 in there. Runs like a son of a bitch without all that emissions crap." Deal glanced up at the sign above the bays, still speechless. "Emilio and Rodriguez, fine coachwork," the sign read. 4 years before, it had been Emilio and Son, fine cabinet work. Emilio's father and Emilio, who built kitchens and bathrooms and dens full of bookshelves for Deal Co., for Deal and Deal's father before him. Then, after the hurricane, with Emilio Sr. retired, had come Emilio and Rodriguez, backhoe service. Emilio and his cousin with the big machine, down from Tampa to work 400 days straight, big money, clearing deadfall and debris from shattered homes. Now, with that work long gone, the pair were in the body shop business. If he lived long enough, Deal thought, maybe he'd see the two cousins in advertising or maybe banking. Emilio and Rodriguez, fine savings and loans. "What are you going to do with it?" Deal managed finally. He felt the silent chirring of the phone pager in his pocket, but ignored it. Emilio stared at him, an odd expression on his face. "Do?" He turned and swept his hand at the car again. "I'm giving it to you. This is my gift to you, man. Make up for that fuck-up on the Terrell job." Deal nodded. Emilio was referring to the cabinets that had never been delivered. One last job, a favor to Deal, forgotten when the bodywork beckoned. Rodriguez had come out of an adjoining bay, paint mask pushed down around his neck, wiping his hands on a cloth. He came to stand beside Emilio, and though he was not smiling, Deal knew Rodriguez was just as eager to see his reaction. Emilio, tall and lean, with his boyish good looks and grin that made it hard to be angry with him no matter what the screw-up, and there had been many. And Rodriguez, short and stocky, a bushy handlebar mustachio and a bandit's tough stare, both of them with the coppery skin and high cheekbones of the Indios. Deal felt a wave of affection sweep over him, and for a moment he thought he might weep. All the effort he'd expended to wall himself in, about to be swept away at the sight of two charming bandits in the car they wanted to give him. "It's a great job," Deal managed. "Unbelievable." He found himself moving forward, his hand tracing the curve of a fender. The acrylic paint was luminescent, flawless beneath his touch. God knew how many coats were on there. He glanced back at the two. "But I can't take it, Emilio, really." "The parts didn't cost us nothing," Rodriguez said. "We put in a little time, that's all." "You got us a lot of jobs, man. You had your share of trouble. We wanted to do something for you." Deal took a deep breath. How could he explain it to them? That what they thought was a prize seemed more like a portent of disaster. "Hey guys, I got my wife back, but now I've lost her again. And somehow it seems it's this car's fault." The beeper was going off in his pocket again, vibrating like an angry insect. "What I told Emilio was, a man loses his ride, his special ride. It's like he loses part of himself, especially if it's somebody tried to take it from you know?" Deal nodded. He'd never heard Rodriguez approach philosophy before. "This is a special car," Emilio nodded. "We wanted you to have it back." Deal looked back at the hog, found himself kicking a front tire like a buyer on a used car lot. New Michelins, he noticed, mounted on oversized chrome rims. He pulled the beeper from his pocket, still angling for the right words, then stopped when he saw the number on the readout. It began with 911, then gave a number with a Broward Exchange. Only one person up that way who knew his code for an immediate callback. He glanced at Emilio. "I have to use the phone, okay?" "Use the one in there," Rodriguez said, pointing at the hog. Deal stared, puzzled, then noticed a little antenna poking out of the roof for the first time. Emilio tossed him a set of keys. "Some guy drove a vet into a pillar on I-95. The record guy said he still had this phone in his hand when they scraped him up." "He must have paid in advance or something," Rodriguez said. "I used it to talk to my mom in Colombia a couple of times." "Go on," Emilio said. "You have to start the engine, though." Deal was about to protest, then felt the beeper go off again, this time in his hand. He sighed, got in the hog, searched for the ignition key. Surprising how comfortable the leather seat felt, as if he were dropping into it again with hardly a day gone by. He turned the key and the engine came alive with a rumble he felt more than heard, a throb that made the car seem capable of flight. The phone, mounted on a little console pedestal, beeped to life. He shook his head, picked the thing up, and dialed the number. "Barbara?" he said when she picked up. "Deal," she said. He heard it in her voice, knew it was bad before she told him a thing. Some things you never forget, he thought, even as she explained what it was about. She was on her way out the door, she said. Could he meet her somewhere down his way in an hour? Then she broke off, fighting her tears to tell him how sorry she was for presuming. She was being silly. She'd understand if he couldn't make it. It wasn't that important. Sure. After he'd hung up, Deal sat silently in the car for a moment, his hands gripping the wheel, staring out the windshield down a road trip from the Satter past. For the first time in years, his life had seemed in order. Disaster far at bay, business on the upswing, his wife on the mend, his daughter happy and thriving. And then Janice, stalwart, impregnable Janice, who'd weathered more physical trauma than any dozen people should have to without so much as a whimper, had suddenly caved in. Even this offending car had come back into his life. And now there was Barbara, Miss Tough-as-Nails herself, sounding like she was ready to go off like a rocket. It had to be a dream. In a moment, he was going to wake up, laugh it off, go back to his real life. He heard a tapping noise, and realized that Emilio was at the passenger's window, trying to get his attention. Without thinking, his hand found the control, sent the window gliding swiftly down. Deal smelled fresh paint, lacquer thinner, a trace of male cologne. Emilio was pointing out into the courtyard. Startled, Deal saw his own pickup speeding off, banging over a speed bump and into the street. "My cousin, he had to run over to the bus station for some parts," Emilio said. "I didn't think you mind." "God damn it, Emilio," Deal said. He was trying to force the door of the Hog open, then realized he'd somehow locked himself in. He was searching now for the control buttons, but because he was actually looking for them, didn't have the slightest idea where they were. "I have to go somewhere, Emilio." Deal heard the whine of his voice in his own ears. "I've got to go." Emilio nodded, his good-natured grin in place. "Well, why don't you drive your car, man?" Deal stared back at him, fuming, ready to explode. But what good would it do? He'd seen Emilio suffer the outrage of the most apoplectic contractors and homeowners. Threats, harangues, pleas, they all washed over placid Emilio like heavy surf against the rocks. What chance did he have of thwarting the intentions of this man who wanted to do a good deed? Deal sighed then, and mashed the accelerator down. Emilio was still grinning as Deal took the Hog out of the bay, chrome-clad Michelin squealing all the way to the street. Deal idled at a traffic signal, waiting to swing onto Ocean Drive at 5th Street, noting a Santa mannequin in one of the corner shop windows. Christmas, he thought. He'd forgotten that holiday was coming up. But then, given the state of his life, he could be forgiven, couldn't he? He did notice that the Santa in this particular window wore his big white beard and red cap, but very little else that was traditional. His red suit was gone, his boots replaced with sandals that laced up his skinny plaster legs. His chest was bare, his big gut hanging over a thong bikini that barely concealed his anatomical correctness. Christmas on South Beach, Deal thought, as the light changed and he piloted the Hog easily through the turn. And how the Hog had changed. If Emilio had performed a miracle of coachwork, Rodriguez had done an equally amazing job on the car's infrastructure, Deal had to admit. Not only was the engine responsive to the slightest touch of the accelerator, the old-style suspension had been beefed up as well. Now the old boat cornered like a sports car, and if he wasn't careful, snapped his head back as he moved off every light. The Hog had become, in the words of its original owner, an automobile. He was well up the boulevard now, spotting the News Cafe, then a parking space opening up just in front of him. A lucky break, he thought as he eased into the spot. A sandwich sign across the street advertised valet parking for only $8. He got out of the Hog, marveling at the solid clunk of the automatic door locks falling into place. From the time he'd taken it over from Cal, he'd never been able to lock the thing, automatically or otherwise. Even the door seemed to shut in a satisfying way, more the sound of a meat locker closing than the crash of metal he remembered. Maybe Rodriguez should go to work for Cadillac, he thought, lay his magic touch on all that big iron. He fished a couple of quarters out of his pocket, stepped to the curb to plug the meter, had to dodge a pair of bikini-clad girls in rollerblades whizzing down the sidewalk. He watched them go, thinking that the last time he'd been on South Beach, most of the foot traffic had been using walkers. He glanced around the stretch of grass that separated the boulevard from the broad band of beach. A long-haired guy tossing a frisbee to a tireless mutt, a lemonade cart tended by another girl in a microscopic bikini, a person of indeterminate sex bundled in what seemed to be several coats, asleep beneath one of the palms. He'd heard about it, of course, how the beach had become hot, the crumbling deco hotels given a coat of paint and a new set of room rates, the dodderers shoved off the porches where once they'd sat in rows, elbow to elbow, and stared out across the boulevard at the Atlantic. Now the porches and the shaded colonnades and the fanciful terraces had become sidewalk cafes and bars and restaurants of note, and glitterati from New York and Los Angeles crowded onto weekend flights just to schmooze along this 10-block strip, where a dozen years ago you couldn't have given away the property. Another business opportunity he'd failed to foresee, Deal thought, as he stepped lively across the boulevard. There was a red Testarossa bearing down on him from the right, a barge-like Buick convertible from the 50s, meticulously restored, lumbering up from the left. He squeezed between a Bentley and a gleaming '65 Mustang parked on the opposite curb, thinking, there is a serious car thing going on here, and took a backward glance at the hog. It seemed to fit right in. Maybe someone would make him an offer. He could go home in a taxi. He was also worrying that he had made a mistake in suggesting the news. The cafe was another facet of the revived South Beach that he had heard about but never seen. The place was a madhouse, tables spilling out onto the terrace, an adjoining courtyard, the sidewalk, all of the places filled, waiters and waitresses edging frantically through the throngs and the gauntlet of customers who waited under the front awning and clamored for a seat. Deal glanced around, thinking that he'd collar Barbara when she arrived, take her somewhere where they could hear themselves talk. There was a Newberry's over on Washington in the old downtown, had been there since he was a kid. That was the ticket. Orange soda in a paper cone plopped in a silver holder. BBQ beef sandwich that was really a sloppy Joe. Grease-dripping fries in another conical cup. He could taste it, suddenly. Smell the tang of the ketchupy sauce. See the waitresses in their hairnets and starched white uniforms. Feel his mother taking time out from the weekly shopping trip to wipe his mouth with a handkerchief she'd wet with her tongue, and thought for a moment that he was going to lose it. Maybe just sit down on the curb and break into tears in front of all these pretty people in their automobiles. "Deal," he heard then. "Deal!" And looked up to see Barbara, standing on tiptoes at the door of the restaurant, as pretty as an angel, elbowing a guy in mirrored sunglasses aside and waving him her way. "I got here early," she said, staring at him from across the wooden table. They were tucked away inside, in a rustic diner-style booth, another world from the madcap scene outside. Although all the inside booths were full and the kitchen doors whipped steadily open and closed, the hubbub and the chatter seemed to be soaked up by the dark beams and paneling. Across from where they sat was a tiny library of books and newspapers. "Feel free to browse," the waitress had told them, which Deal assumed gave the place its name. He took the intensity in her gaze until he was the one to turn away. When he'd met Barbara, she'd been coming off a years-long affair with her boss, one of Miami's movers and shakers, a lawyer with more money than Croesus, and an unshakable arrangement with his equally prominent wife. The guy had eventually gone down in flames, and Barbara had professed gratitude at the turn of fate that set her free. She'd moved to Boca Raton, found a job she liked, dated, lived like a normal person, as she put it. Still, Deal thought, still. He turned back, uncomfortable with his own presumptions. Barbara had saved his life, Janice's too. She wanted him to walk on water. He'd walk. Never mind the way she looked at him. "So how's your mother?" he said as the waitress brought them coffee. "How's she doing?" She glanced down at the table, shook her head slowly. "It's not good, Deal." She took a deep breath. "That's why I got here so soon. I stopped at the hospital, but they wouldn't let me in to see her." She paused, trying to gather herself. "The doctors were doing some kind of tests, trying to find out whether her brain was still functioning." She swallowed, her voice starting to clutch. "And I thought, my God, what if they walk out and tell me my mother is a vegetable, And do I want to pull the plug?" She stopped, tears spilling from her eyes now. She wiped them away with a napkin, fought to get her breathing under control. "I just couldn't handle that deal. Not by myself. I just couldn't. Do you know what I mean?" He nodded, squeezed her hand, tried to think of something to say. The waitress was back suddenly. Too soon, he was thinking. She'd just brought their coffee, and why didn't she buzz off? "Chicken soup," the waitress said, putting a steaming bowl down in front of Barbara, along with a thick wad of napkins. "I didn't order soup," Barbara began, but the waitress put a hand on her shoulder, shushing her. "On the house," she said, giving her a little smile, and then she was gone, whisking back into the kitchen. Barbara picked up a fistful of napkins, blotted her cheeks. "That was nice," she said, trying to smile. She paused, glanced about the room. "I must look like a wreck." Deal shook his head. "You look great." "Such bullshit," she said, patting his hand. She checked her reflection in the window, swiped at a smear of mascara. She turned, crumpled the soggy napkins away, tossed her hair, giving it her best to conjure up the old, carefree Barbara, he thought. "I knew I'd be happy to see you, Deal," she said. She gave him her brightest, perkiest look. "I'll get through this." If it hadn't been for the red circles around her eyes, the fieriness at the tip of her nose, he might have bought it. "Now how about you?" she continued. "How's things in big-time contracting?" "You'd have to ask a big-time contractor," he said. "Okay, I walked into that," she said. She regarded him for a moment. "Tell me, does Janice ever get tired of gay repartee? Push you to open up?" He felt a twinge, felt himself nodding. "All the time." "And do you?" "Like a book," he was about to say, but somehow he couldn't get the glib phrase out. His mind had emptied suddenly. There was a flash of bright light, like the moment before a projector cranks in the film, and then he was seeing Janice again. That day, hardly a week ago, running from him down the steps of the Shark Valley observation tower, flailing at him, crying, stumbling, pounding the rough concrete with her fists and her face before he could get to her, her wails rending the wilderness with the essence of human misery. "Hey, are you all right?" Deal blinked. Barbara had reached across to take his hand. "You just blanked out there. Did I say something?" Deal looked about the room. He had the impression that he had screamed himself, but if he had, no one seemed to have noticed. People eating, drinking, chatting. One fellow pulling a thick book down from the shelf of the library. "Janice is in the hospital," he said. "What?" She shook her head. "Another operation?" Her face filled with distress. "And I dragged you out to hold my hand?" "Not that kind of hospital," he said. He wiped his face with his hands, massaging feeling back into his flesh there. When he looked, Barbara was still staring at him, concern etched on her features. "She's in the home," he blurted. He shook his head. Open up, he thought. It was supposed to make you feel better. He felt like he was chewing broken glass. "She's in a private clinic in the Gables." "I don't understand, Deal." The waitress was back, and they both fell silent as she set down their plates. Deal stared down at the massive sandwich in front of him. Toasty bun, buttery lettuce, tomato, thick wedge of meat. The sort of hamburger you see in menu pictures all the time but never ever get. He thought he might throw up. He glanced at Barbara as the waitress disappeared. He broke off, started again. "She's been having some trouble. All the surgery she's had since the fire." He threw up his hands. "I don't know. The doctors say it's some post-traumatic stress reaction. They think, anyway. She's not communicating too well right now." He broke off. all the opening up he could manage. Barbara stared back at him, stunned. She noticed the salad in front of her, pushed it aside along with the soup. "You want to go someplace?" she said gently. Deal nodded. "Me too," she said, and rose and took his hand, pulling him up after her. "So it's just you handling all the stuff with your mom?" Deal had to speak louder than normal. They had walked south along the beach, sharing their miseries, until he sensed that they'd both come down a bit from the jagged peaks of tension. They'd found an abandoned lifeguard kiosk atop a dune. They were sitting on its little porch now, staring out to sea, their legs dangling free above the sand. The wind had kicked up a bit, and the surf boomed in a way that seemed satisfying. It meant the world was still working, Deal thought. Part of it, anyway. "There's not that much to do," Barbara continued. "Not really. My mom was a control freak. Once she found out she had cancer, she spent most of her time getting ready for the end. She packed up most of her apartment, made her own funeral arrangements." She broke off and gave Deal a wistful smile. "Sometimes I think that makes it worse. There's none of the bullshit left to deal with. Nothing to do but wait." Deal nodded. "Still, being all by yourself, that's not good." "I called you," she said, striving for the old perkiness. Then, just as abruptly, her smile fell away and she turned back toward the ocean. She took a deep breath. "And I called my sister." Deal stared, puzzled. "Your sister? I didn't know you had a sister." Barbara shrugged, staring out to sea. "Paige Nobleman," she said after a moment. Deal shook his head, puzzled. "Paige Nobleman? What'd she have to do with it?" Barbara turned to him, her face a mask. "Her real name is Cooper. She's my sister." "The actress? Come on, you're kidding." He'd seen Paige Nobleman in a half-dozen films. She was usually cast as the obligatory love interest to some action hero cretin, and was unfailingly the most interesting aspect of the proceedings. Deal had even considered shifting his movie star crush over from Deborah Winger. "I'm surprised you know of her," Barbara said, her voice suddenly arch. "Because I don't hang out on South Beach? Jesus, Barbara, Paige Nobleman is your sister?" Barbara shrugged. "I didn't think it was such a big deal. She's not famous or anything." She glanced at him, as if she'd read his mind. "You want an introduction?" "Come off it, Barbara. I don't even know you have a sister, then you tell me it's Paige Nobleman, for God's sake?" He broke off, staring at her. She glared back at him, her jaw set, her lips compressed. "So you called her?" he asked, changing tacks. "What did she say?" She took a deep breath, her gaze turning inward, as if she were making up her mind about something. She glanced out to sea where a pair of freighters had appeared on the horizon, and finally began to talk. "Look, Deal, I haven't seen my sister more than 2 or 3 times in the 20 years she's lived in Los Angeles. Maybe my mother saw her half a dozen times all that while. A day or 2 here and there while she was on her way to or from some friggin' movie location, basket of fruit on the holidays, gift certificate to Macy's at Christmas. That's about it, okay? She was too busy, too good for us. She left us and never looked back, and I don't care anymore. I was going to wait till Mom was gone, send her a friggin' telegram." She whirled upon him, her eyes flashing, and for a moment he thought she was going to take a swing at him. Then she relented. "But I just couldn't do it, you know? Even if she ran out on me, I figured she deserved that much, to know she was dying." She turned away abruptly, and he wondered if she were hiding her tears. "Is she going to come?" he asked gently. Barbara nodded her head almost imperceptibly, mumbled something. "I couldn't hear you," he said. "Tonight," she said, turning to him. Her face was a ruin once more, and she swabbed at her nose with the sleeve of her jacket. I got to the hospital this afternoon. There was a bouquet of flowers bigger than Kennedy's hearse at the nurse station. She swallowed, continuing. You can't have flowers in intensive care, God damn it. The nurses couldn't even move around. What should we do with these, Miss Cooper, they were asking me. You want to know what I told them? She broke off, shaking her head angrily. That's how much they know in the friggin' movies, she said. Deal took a deep breath of his own. You going to talk to her when she gets here? Barbara shrugged, her eyes still flashing. I haven't made up my mind. He stared at the expression on her face. Something odd there, something she was holding back, he thought. What did you mean she ran out on you? He tried. She glanced at him, then away again. Nothing, she said. I've told you what's important. He looked at her skeptically. You're going to talk to her, Barbara. You have to talk to her. You wouldn't have called her otherwise. She swung about, her eyes flashing. If you're so damn smart, what put Janice in the hospital? It took him like a punch to the chest. Barbara saw it at once. I'm sorry, she said immediately, reaching her hand to his shoulder. I didn't mean that. You know I didn't. He eased away from her touch. It's all right. I didn't have any business butting in. Oh, God, she said, biting her lip. She glanced around the deserted beach as if she were looking for someone to help her. I screw up everything, she said. Everything. She picked up her shoes and socks from the floor of the station, hopped down to the sand. Thanks for coming, she said, looking up at him. I can't tell you how much. Barbara, he said, starting after her, but she held up her hand to ward him off. I have to go, Deal, really. She started over the dunes, then turned back. I'll pray for Janice, she called. Deal raised his hand, watching her walk away. Way to go, Deal, he was thinking. She was in distress to begin with, and he had added to her misery, and she had only struck out in reflex. Wait, he wanted to call after her, wait. But he didn't. He only sat and watched her form grow smaller and smaller and finally disappear into the crowds on Ocean Boulevard. On one count, she was right, he found himself thinking. He wasn't very smart at all. Chapter 6. Well, what kind of things do they like? Marlowe was speaking into the phone, his sizable foot propped on the window overlooking Westwood, as Paige Nobleman came into his office. I need to know, for Christ's sakes. He glanced up, waved her in. Yeah, that's the whole freaking point, he said. Marlowe was her agent, had been since she'd come to Los Angeles, since before she'd come out, really. She'd been doing summer stock in an Orlando dinner theater when Disney World was still in its infancy, had won Most Photogenic in the Miss Florida pageant. A week later, there'd been a phone call from Marvin Mahler. She was being offered a New Faces acting internship with Universal, $10,000 for a year as a contract understudy for various television series. Could she get on a plane? When she'd told him warily that she couldn't afford the ticket, Marla had laughed. They'd flown her out first class. Well, at least they understand that much in Hong Kong, Marla was saying. It's a goddamn business first, last, top to bottom, as in bottom line. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I can't get into that right now, he said, giving Paige a welcoming smile. He pointed into the receiver, rolled his eyes to let her know the caller was impossible. Paige smiled back, despite her mood. She'd come off that plane 20 years ago, sure that it was all a hoax. Marvin Mahler was some slavering sex fiend. Never mind the official-looking letter from Universal, the plane ticket that had arrived by messenger, her calls to the Westwood Better Business Bureau, which assured her there had been no complaints filed against the Marvin Mahler agency. She graduated from the University of Florida magna cum laude in English and had read her Nathaniel West. She'd scraped enough money together for a return flight, had it wadded in her purse, ready to bolt right back onto the plane at the first hint of drool. Then Marvin Mahler, shambling bear that he was, had shown up at the airport with his boyish grin, a bouquet of flowers, and an entourage that couldn't have been better designed to disarm her fears. A secretary older than Paige's mother, and most surprising of all, Rhonda Gardner, no stranger to the cover of Life, Look, and Photo Play, who had just finished a picture in Italy with Cary Grant. Rhonda Gardner, as it turned out, was not only Marvin Mahler's client, but also his wife. "He gives you any trouble, just come to me," Rhonda said to Paige, and the rest had become history. "Right, we'll deliver. Just tell them to get their yen together." He heard something, made another face for Paige's benefit. "Okay, fen, renminbi, whatever, exactly. I'll get back to you." He hung up the phone, swung his feet down off the window ledge, turned his famous smile on her. Same sparkling blue eyes, the unruly mane of hair, peppered with flecks of gray now. Same eager pose. Hard to believe it had been 20 years since he'd thrust those roses into her hands and bowed theatrically. "Welcome to your town, Miss Nobleman." Now as then, she was feeling better immediately. All the sharks in this city, she had to be grateful she'd fallen in with Mahler. Despite his lumbering carriage, he was a terror in a business meeting, of course, had certainly done plenty to maintain a steady, if unspectacular, career for her. But what she valued most was that sincerity. Maybe Mahler could cut a studio boss's heart out, but he was always happy to see her. That much she knew. And right now, that seemed like plenty. "I didn't mean to interrupt," she began. Jean said he waved away her concern. "Are you kidding? The day I don't have time for you, sweetheart." He was into his bogey roll then, hunched down over his desk, teeth set in an overbite, his eyes darting nervously back and forth. "That was the Chinese on the phone, see? They're very clever. Turn your back for a minute and wham!" He smacked his big palm with his fist. He kept up his mugging until he got the smile he was playing for. "You should have been the actor, Marvin," she said. "Right. And who would have taken care of the store, huh? You? Rhonda? All my lovelies out there at the mercy of the wolves?" He waved his arms theatrically at the tall windows. It was a corner office, high enough up to afford a view of the UCLA campus to the east, the Century City complex to the south. On a clear day, you could see all the way out to the beach. Right now, the sky was leaden, the air thick with haze. Nothing you wanted to breathe, she thought, though she'd been doing it for half her life. "How is Rhonda?" she asked, sobering. Mahler's face reassembled. He raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "The same." He shook his head. "She sits, she eats. She stares at the goddamn wall like they hung the Mona Lisa there." He glanced out the window, chewing on his lip. "Goddamn doctors." Paige felt a pang. Rhonda Gardner. She'd been a rock for Paige from the moment of her arrival. She'd insisted Paige stay in the guest house on their Bel Air estate for more than a month while she settled in, found her own apartment. And while Marla had handled the business aspects of Paige's career, steadily moving her up the rungs of a solid, if never spectacular, career, Rhonda had been a fountain of more practical advice. Do this, sweetie, if they ask, but never that. Make them want you, but above all, make them respect you. Presents on her birthday, holiday gatherings at the big house in Bel Air, long notes after every set of reviews in the trades. A lady knows how to step through crap as if it were a field of violets, sweetie. Don't worry. Quality will out. Dear Rhonda. In her day, she'd knocked the socks off every stud muffin in Hollywood. Sinatra, Cary Grant, Warren Beatty. She was in her 60s now, but looked a dozen years younger. She should still be out there, kicking butt and playing all the roles they'd once had Barbara Stanwyck for. Instead, she'd been sitting like a ghost in her home in Bel Air for the past year or more, tended to by nurses and physical therapists, who called her by her name and waited endlessly for a response. She thought of something then, turned her attention back to Marvin. "I heard something the other day about this new drug they're trying for Alzheimer's," she began. "Something on the news." Mahler swung back from the window, cutting her off. "You want to know something?" he said. "I'm talking to her doctor the other day. The lead doctor," he added, making little quote marks with his fingers. "Because I've been hearing about these things, too. So this Putz, who is the head of neurology at UCLA, by the way, he tells me, 'Mr. Mahler, we're not so sure your wife suffers from Alzheimer's after all.'" "What?" Paige shook her head. "What is it, then?" "That's what I said." Mahler threw up his hands. "What? What are we talking about? What marvelous development have you guys made here?" And he tells me they don't know. "It's like Alzheimer's," he says. "It might even be Alzheimer's, but they don't know for sure." He threw up his hands. "Guy knocking down a couple of $1 a year tells me he doesn't know why my wife's off with the Walking Dead." He pushed back from his desk, sat staring at her in frustration. "Marvin," she began, trying for words of solace. "A story," Marla said, interrupting. "Guy goes to his doctor, wants his yearly checkup. Doc looks him over, takes some blood, runs some tests, comes back in the room, says he's got good news and bad news. Which does the guy want first?" "Marvin, I'm trying to clarify something, all right?" he said, holding up his hand. Paige nodded, feeling sadness about to overwhelm her. "Guy thinks about it, says, 'I don't know, the bad news, I guess.' And the doc says, 'Okay, you got cancer.' So the guy looks at him and says, 'Gee, Doc, what could the good news be?' And the doc points out the door at this knockout blonde over by the x-ray machine. 'See that nurse over there?' The doc says. The guy is puzzled as shit, says, 'Yeah.' The doc whacks him on the back and says, 'Well, I'm bopping her.'" Paige stared back at him. "You don't think that's funny?" She bit her lip, searching for words. "Okay," he said, "you're right." He raised his hands in surrender. "Maybe this is more to the point. Guy takes his wife to a doctor. She's been acting strange. The doctor looks her over, says he doesn't know if she's got AIDS or Alzheimer's." "Stop it, Marvin," Paige said, her voice rising sharply. She felt she was about to scream. He dropped his act as if she'd flipped a switch. "Sorry," he said. He stared at her contrite, slumped like an old circus bear in his seat. "It's not a lot of fun, that's all." "I want to come see her," she said. "Sure," Marvin nodded. "Anytime, you know that. It'll be good for her." "Maybe this afternoon," she said. "I'm on my way out of town. That's what I came by to tell you." He stared at her, puzzled. "Out of town?" He glanced at his desk calendar. "Don't we have something this week? Friday or something, with the idiots at CMA?" "My mother's in the hospital," she said. "My sister called this morning. She's dying." Paige heard the words come out of her mouth. Flat, she thought. Flat as she felt inside. If it were a reading, she'd never get the part. Still, Mahler was out of his chair, shambling around his burnished desk to throw his arms about her. "Ah, sweetie, Jesus, I'm sorry." She wanted to fold into his arms, draw some warmth from his bearish hug. She was desperate for warmth from somewhere, but it was hopeless. She'd spent a lifetime shielding herself from what was happening to her now. What she needed would take more than a hug to fix. "It's okay, Marvin," she said. "Really." She patted his shoulder until he eased his hold on her, stepped back to grip her shoulders. "Look, what can I do? Anything you need." She shook her head. "Nothing, I'm fine. I've known this was coming." He shook his head. "And you didn't say anything?" She shrugged. "We're a tough bunch, the Nobleman clan," she said. Oh, yes, she was thinking. I'd like to take a flying leap out one of those big, broad windows, show you just how tough. She tried to work up a smile. "Can you cover for me at the meeting? I know I'm letting you down."
"Are you kidding? Forget about it. I'll kill them. There's nobody else they can use for that picture."
Paige nodded. "It would mean a lot to me, Marvin. It's a different kind of film for me, and—"
"Sweetie, it's not the Schlock brothers we're talking about. This is a British company." He jabbed his finger at her. "The Brits. They asked for you in the first place. They want you in their movie. You got nothing to worry about."
Her smile, when it came this time, was genuine. "Thanks, Marvin. I'll call Jean with my phone numbers when I get in."
"Go," he commanded, holding up his hands. "We'll take care of things on this end. How about Paul? He going with you?"
She bit her lip, shook her head. "He's got to shoot. And hasn't been home for 2 days," she thought.
"You need a car?"
Marla was already reaching for his intercom. "I'll get a cab," she said. "My plane's not till 6.
"Jean," Marla barked into the intercom, "call down, tell Eddie he's taking Ms. Nobleman to the airport."
He released the phone button in the middle of the secretary's acknowledgement, turned back to Paige, checking his watch.
"You want to, tell Eddie to swing by the house. You have time."
Paige nodded. "Thanks, Marvin."
"Are you kidding? Ask me to kill somebody. Then you can say thank you."
He gave her a sorrowful look. "I'm sorry about your mother, sweetie." He reached out for her again. "Real sorry." Paige nodded once more. She didn't trust herself to speak. She stood on her toes, gave Mahler a kiss on the cheek, then hurried out of the room.
"Who do we know in Miami?" Marla said, the phone tucked against his shoulder.
He was standing before one of the tall windows of his office, staring down a dozen stories at the entranceway of the building. The limo was just coming up from the underground, making its turn onto the circular drive.
"What Miami?"
The voice on the other end replied.
"The one in Florida, for Christ's sakes," Marla said. "Palm trees, oranges, guys with guns."
There was a pause. Mahler imagined the pages of an atlas being turned.
"Nobody there," the voice said. "Have a cousin in Fort Lauderdale, own a restaurant. Real restaurant. Pretty good."
"That's not what I had in mind," Marla said, still staring down at the scene below. Eddie was out of the limo, holding the door, Paige scooting inside.
"What wrong?"
the voice asked after a moment. The limo was moving off now, joining the ribbons of traffic curling down toward the boulevard. Marla glanced out at the horizon where the airport might have been visible, were this a normal town. He could see a mile, maybe less. What passed for air was getting thicker as he watched.
"Probably nothing."
Marla ran his hand through his hair. "Weddings and funerals," he said. "They make me nervous. You never know what might happen."
"Aha,"
the voice said, not agreeing, just letting Marla know he'd been heard. There was one thing he'd appreciated about dealing with the Chinese, the lack of extraneous bullshit, the stuff he spent most of his life wading through.
"I like to be prepared, that's all." "You need somebody go to Florida, say so," the voice said.
"Yeah?" Marla said. "That's good to know."
"Whatever," the voice said.
Marla nodded to himself. His mind was already drifting back to more pressing matters. Other fried a fish, as his little friend would say.
"Hey, on that other thing, the films we've been talking about. What about ponies, dogs, that kind of stuff?" "Animals?" the voice said, rising in disbelief. "Animals not good."
"I was just thinking," Marla continued. "Year of the dog, year of the monkey, all that."
"No animals," the voice said angrily. "Not good."
"It was a thought," Marla said, feeling defensive. "That's all. We got plenty to choose from. I'll get back to you on the Florida thing."
"That what phone for?"
the voice said. And then the connection broke. Chapter 7. "I don't get it," Deal said, shaking the slip of paper under the doctor's nose. "Why didn't anyone call me?" The doctor glanced about the posh waiting room, as if he were hoping for reinforcements. In one corner there was a television carrying a canned tape of supposed to be soothing nature images with a New Age soundtrack. In another, a gleaming reception desk the size of a yacht, currently untended. It was the kind of place that suggested that psychological illness was a function of the privileged class. By the door stood Driscoll, craning his neck in an agony of embarrassment, looking anywhere but at the two of them, the doctor and the outraged husband. "Mr. Deal, your wife admitted herself to this facility. She doesn't need your permission to sign herself out." The doctor's tone was reasonable but firm. "But I brought her here," Deal said, trying to control the anger in his voice. "She's not—" He broke off. What was he going to say? She's not in control of her senses? He glanced over at Driscoll, who seemed to be looking for flaws in the weave of the thick carpet at their feet. "She's not well," Deal finished lamely. "Your wife has been under a great deal of stress," the doctor said, agreeing without really agreeing. Something in his tone told Deal that he was the one under suspicion. A couple more outbursts, they'd find a safe place for the agitated Mr. Deal. Deal took a breath, turned back to the release form he'd been holding. "This was at 8 o'clock last night, right?" The doctor nodded warily, as if it were something that might be litigated. "If that's what it says on the paper," he added. "And she didn't say where she was going?" The doctor shook his head, tight-lipped. "You know," Driscoll's voice cut in, booming around the sizable waiting room, "the man's just trying to find out what's happened to his wife. You might show a little compassion." They both turned to stare at him. "How'd you feel, Doc? Show up with flowers and candy, find out your wife left the place where they were supposed to take care of her?" The doctor started to say something, took another look at Driscoll, who'd sucked in his gut, seemed to grow a couple of inches as he came toward them. The doctor turned back to Deal, his voice softening. "I'm sorry, Mr. Deal. Your wife has been depressed, but she is, in my opinion, fully in control of her actions. She cares very deeply for you and your daughter. I'm sure she will be in touch with you. I'd stake my professional career on it." Deal nodded. His professional career. The guy couldn't wait to shoo him and Driscoll out of the waiting room, get back to the other troubled souls in the back. So what if one of his charges had flown the coop? She'd used her insurance ID, signed the right name. Everything was hunky-dory. "Next patient, please." "You could call us, couldn't you?" Driscoll had his arm around Deal's shoulder, testing the anger there, just being ready, Deal thought. At the same time, the ex-cop extended a card to the doctor with his thick fingers. "If Mrs. Deal should get in touch with you, you could tell her that my client is worried about her, wants to talk to her. You could do that much, couldn't you?" His client, Deal was thinking. Driscoll was his neighbor, just come along to say hi. The doctor took the card. "Of course." He turned to Mr. Deal. "And I am truly sorry, Mr. Deal." Deal glanced at him, nodded. For a moment he thought the doctor was about to add, "And if you feel in need of a little tune-up yourself." But instead they simply shared a glance, and then Driscoll was guiding him out the double doors of the clinic. They hadn't gone a half-dozen blocks on their way back to the fourplex, were about to turn off Lejeune and join the river of northbound traffic on US 1, when it struck Deal. Nearly overcome, he began jabbing his finger out the passenger window toward the gas station on their right. "Stop the car," he said abruptly. "What?" Driscoll said, swerving to the curb. He glanced toward the station pumps, where a burly guy was gassing up a landscaping truck. "Janice, you see her?" Deal didn't bother to answer. He was out the door and across the sidewalk before it closed behind him, on a gallop toward the payphone he'd spotted.
He dug frantically in his pockets, spilling his keys, a mass of pennies, his battered Swiss Army knife, until finally he found a quarter and managed to guide it into the slot. As the coin dropped, he jabbed in Mrs. Suarez's number so hard his finger ached. He had to wait what seemed like minutes for the connection to complete, and fumed again as the ring signals mounted in his ear. Driscoll had made it out of the car and had nearly joined him at the phone stanchion by the time Mrs. Suarez finally picked up. "Sí, Señor Deal," she said, cutting into his torrent of fractured Spanish. "La señora," he repeated. "If my wife—" He broke off, then began again. "Cuando mi esposa—" He glanced at Driscoll, but what help did he expect there? Driscoll had learned to say cerveza, could buy a beer anywhere in South Florida. 30 years living in a bilingual community, that was the extent of his language studies. "Cuando mi esposa ese—" he tried. Deal had a reasonable vocabulary, but tenses, conditions, all the subtleties remained beyond him, and it was only worse trying to speak on the phone, with none of his trusty sign language to help out. "Sí, sí, sí," Mrs. Suarez cried enthusiastically. "Your wife was here 10 minutes when you leave." Deal felt dread sweep over him, even before he had fully registered the words. It was what he'd feared, the very thing he'd thought of the moment he'd seen the phone, ordered Driscoll to stop. Mrs. Suarez meant Janice had turned up 10 minutes after he and Driscoll had left for the clinic, as if she'd been sitting somewhere, watching, waiting. "She was there? Mi esposa?" "Yes, you wife," Mrs. Suarez said, enthused. "So happy. Su niña. Juego con la niña." "She played with Isabel?" "Con mucho gusto. Very happy," Mrs. Suarez said. "Let me talk to her," Deal said, practically shouting now. "Su esposa?" Mrs. Suarez said, surprise in her voice. "He's not here. She go." "Isabel?" Deal said, and he was shouting now. "Where is Isabel?" "Con su esposa," Mrs. Suarez said. "Gone. With your wife." And the way she said it made it sound like the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 8. "I've had some bad news, Rhonda," Paige said softly. She was sitting in a floral print wing chair, a twin to the one in which Rhonda sat a few feet across from her. Rhonda said nothing, of course. She sat gripping the arms of her chair in the posture of someone expecting an airplane takeoff. But her eyes were the tip-off. The eyes. You've got to get the eyes, Paige thought automatically. The cinematographer's commandment, the reason why close-ups had been invented. Rhonda's eyes were as opaque and lifeless as any glass beads in a taxidermist's mount. They were in a small study, a cozy place off what had been the Mahler's bedroom until recently. Paige had caught a glance in there, through the open doorway as the nurse left them. She glimpsed a motorized bed, a hospital tray on rollers, some strange exercise equipment she supposed was used to keep Rhonda's unused musculature from atrophying. But no sign of Marvin's presence, not these days, in what looked more and more like a hospital ward. The day had turned chilly and a gas fire hissed in the study's fireplace. This had always seemed a cheery spot to Paige. The walls were covered with pictures. Young Rhonda in pith helmet with John Ford, somewhere in Africa. Bosomy Rhonda in a sundress, shrieking with laughter as Frank Sinatra labored to sweep her up in his arms. An older Rhonda, cutting the ribbon of some public place, a phalanx of men in suits and a youngster in a wheelchair looking on. Nothing of Marvin on the walls, though, at his own insistence. It had always been that way. Rhonda's head was bobbing slightly, as if to some ghostly music only she could hear. Or, Paige thought, it could just as well be permission to go on, to talk about distress, of which there seemed plenty in the room already. "My mother,"
she said, drawing a breath. "She's in the hospital back in Florida. She's dying." Paige thought she saw a flicker in Rhonda's eyes, but passed it off as some reflection of the flames. "My sister had the decency to call, at least," she continued. She had no idea why she was going on like this, she thought, as a phone rang somewhere in the distance. Rhonda had known for years how strained things had been between Paige and her family. She'd been a mainstay, always counseling patience, understanding, endlessly going more than halfway to stay connected. "Your family, they're all you have, sweetness. Stay in this town long enough, you'll see." That was Rhonda's constant refrain, no matter how many rebuffs had come Paige's way. Do your best, do whatever it takes. So maybe it was no surprise then, her rattling on to Rhonda as though she could hear, as though any moment now she might unbend from that frozen attitude, come and curl her arms around her and hold her tight, tell her how much her mother loved her, even if she could never show it, how much it would mean to have Paige at her side. And it didn't matter one whit to Paige how transparent it all was, her wanting the mother she'd never had, Rhonda playing mother to the child who had never been. A soft moan escaped Rhonda's lips, and though she sagged a bit to the side, her face remained impassive, a mannequin unhinged by a quirk of gravity. As Paige leaned to settle Rhonda back in her chair, the door to the bedroom opened, and the nurse looked in. "That's Eddie," she said to Paige. "He says you'd better be going if you want to make your flight." Paige nodded, her hand still on Rhonda's frail arms, and the nurse withdrew. Paige felt the skin, papery, beneath her fingers, sensed that the bones were as fragile as twigs. This woman had been the toughest, fiercest, most fearless creature in a town where standing nose to jaw with men generally meant disaster, or at the very least, banishment, and she had come through 40 years of confrontation unscathed. And now look what had happened. Look. Incongruously, she found herself smiling, wistfully, of course. She drew Rhonda carefully toward her and hugged her, trying not to notice how sharp and angular everything about her body had become. She breathed in a scent of perfume and thought, "That's good," and promised herself to mention it to Marvin, how good the nurses were being to Rhonda, how thoughtful. "Take care of yourself. I'll come and see you soon," she said to Rhonda, her lips at her ear, her hand patting her softly on her back. "I love you." She gave her one last hug, and though she knew it had to be an illusion, some casual shift of inert weight, some chair spring dutifully responding to the laws of physics, she could have sworn she felt Rhonda give the slightest nudge in return. Chapter 9. "What the hell do you mean, Driscoll? It's kidnapping!" Deal stood in the middle of Mrs. Suarez's living room on the second floor of the fourplex where they lived, a flannel jacket of Isabel's in one hand, a portable phone in the other. Mrs. Suarez stood in the doorway to the kitchen, her face a ruin. Deal knew she felt responsible, that he should take a moment to reassure her, but he couldn't. The fact was, he did blame her. Her, the doctor at the clinic, the entire world for that matter. He thrust the phone at Driscoll, another candidate for blame. "Call somebody. You've got friends. Someone will listen to you." Driscoll eyed the phone, glanced up at him warily. "Sure, I can call, but they'll just tell me what I'm telling you. Your wife went somewhere with your daughter. There's no crime in that." The ex-cop shrugged. "It's only been a couple of hours. Why don't we wait and see what happens?" Deal stared at him. He could see it in Driscoll's manner. His old buddy Deal overreacting, going over the edge himself. And maybe it was true. You're cruising along, life in order.
You're happy. Therefore, everybody's happy. You love everyone. Everyone loves you. Good old deal. Good boy. Wag your tail around the world. And then, out of nowhere, someone, though not just anyone, but someone you know and love and trust, gives you this sudden vicious kick, something so brutal and inexplicable that the world turns inside out and you wonder how you could have been so mindless and happy in the first place. He'd read about people so whacked out they saw conspiracies and cloud formations, heard trees saying nasty things behind their backs. Bad weather was a personal affront, but this was something different. He had reason to fear, didn't he? "Driscoll," he said, struggling to keep his voice calm. "My wife checked herself out of a psychiatric clinic without letting anyone know. Spent the night who knows where, and turned up here the next day, the minute she saw me leave. Now she and my daughter are gone." He took a breath. "If you were me, what would you think?" Driscoll sighed. "I'm not arguing how you feel." He started to say something else, then stopped, throwing up his hands. "What if you just had them looking for the car?" Deal said. "I could report it stolen." His mind was already racing ahead. There couldn't be another such vehicle in all of South Florida. The police would have her pulled over soon enough. Driscoll would get the word. "That ain't the way it works," Driscoll was saying, shaking his head. "You're just gonna have to wait." "The hell with that, Driscoll." Deal had already punched in 911, had tucked the phone under his chin, was cursing himself for not having installed one of those anti-theft homing devices they advertised on the radio all the time. Hide this little transmitter under the hood. Then if someone steals your car, it sends out this little signal. The cops go out and pick up your car, haul the bad guys away. Except who were the bad guys in this situation, he wondered. A chill had descended over him, chasing away whatever satisfaction he'd gained with his little scheme. "Dade County Police, may I help you?" The female voice in his ear, curt, professional. "Yes," he said, glancing at Driscoll again. He had to stay focused. Someone had to get the job done. "My car. Someone's taken it." Driscoll threw up his hands in disgust. For a moment, Deal thought the ex-cop was going to come after him, snatch the phone away. He was starting to back away when he heard Mrs. Suarez's voice behind him. "Madre Dios!" she cried, and Deal turned to see her pointing over his shoulder, out the living room window. "Someone's stolen your car?" the voice repeated in his ear. Driscoll was already at the window, staring down at the street. "Put the phone down," he called, disgusted. Deal's gaze traveled out the window, feeling a lurch in his gut. There it was, the hog, in all its resurrected glory, gliding to a halt below. As he watched, one wheel climbed awkwardly onto the curb. The passenger door swung open. Isabel's tiny feet popped into view. In moments she was running across the lawn, clad in some bulky furred jacket he'd never seen before, a massive ice cream cone aloft in her hand like a pink torch. He felt a flood of relief wash over him, felt himself break the phone connection, cutting off the police operator in mid-sentence. The driver's door was open now, and Janice was getting out, coming around the nose of the clumsily parked hog after Isabel. At least it seemed like Janice. It took him a moment to realize something was wrong. This Janice, this woman who wobbled over the curb in tall, spiked heels, was also clad in a fur jacket, a stylish waist-length model of Fox, maybe, wearing huge sunglasses and a scarf around her head. As Deal stared, she undid the scarf and shook her hair free, unleashing a mane of blonde curls. A wig, Deal thought, stunned. A wig! She stood on the sidewalk, adjusting a handbag that hung from her shoulder, reaching inside her coat to straighten her clothes, what there were of them. "Jesus God," Driscoll breathed beside him. Deal stared, still trying to make sense of what he was seeing.
a wisp of gold lame blouse, a black leather skirt that barely reached mid-thigh, black fishnet stockings. She removed the sunglasses, flicked at something on an eyelash that seemed even at this distance to droop with the weight of mascara. She replaced the sunglasses, pouched her bright red lips into a smile, and started unsteadily toward the building. Down below they heard the workings of the front door, the sound of Isabel's feet on the tiled entryway. The portable phone had begun to chirp, and Deal handed it dazedly to Driscoll. He pushed away from the window, moving like a man in a dream toward the door. He was out into the hallway then, had made it to the head of the stairs as Isabel, halfway up the flight, caught sight of him. "Pappy!" she cried, her face lighting up. She took the rest of the stairs 2 at a time, throwing herself into Deal's arms. He pulled her close to him, closing his eyes, breathing in the smell of her, the tingle of cool air, woolen tang of fur from the new coat she wore, little girl flesh basted in ice cream, savoring for a moment her precious weight in his arms. It was all he cared about for that instant. Never mind that Driscoll had thought him crazy. Driscoll, whose voice even now carried out into the hallway as he explained to the police operator. "No, ma'am, it was a mistake. No, he found the car. That's right." Never mind for that one moment that he was going to have to open his eyes back to the world and wrestle with all its demons. For in that one instant he had his daughter back, squealing in his arms, dribbling pink ice cream down his neck and back, and for the brief eternity that it lasted, it was all that mattered. Finally, though, he had to give it up, let the moment pass, set her down, let her run her carefree way inside to Mrs. Suarez, dispenser of milk and cookies, of care, and all things good. He had to turn then, face this woman who came unsteadily up the stairs toward him, tottering on the impossible heels, her mouth moving askew beneath the lipstick caked crookedly there. "Hello, sailor," she said, smiling as she clutched the handrail for support. "Janice," Deal said, feeling his heart clench inside him. "Oh, Janice." And his woe filled the hallway to the brim. Chapter 10. Paige, who rarely used alcohol, had a drink while the plane was still on the ground, another before dinner, a split of wine with the pasta she barely tasted, a brandy afterward. By the time the plane landed, she was reeling. She moved unsteadily down the broad concourse of the Fort Lauderdale airport, sensing the onset of a headache with the potential to blossom into a full-blown screamer. Her legs felt flaccid and heavy beneath her, as if she disembarked on a planet with stronger gravity. She scanned the faces of the small crowd lining the concourse exit, not really expecting to see her sisters among them, but unable to keep herself from hoping. She'd phoned ahead, left her flight numbers and itinerary on Barbara's machine, left a message about her message at the restaurant where Barbara worked. But despite all that, there was no familiar face as she walked out into the lobby. That was all right, she reasoned. It was nearly midnight. Barbara would be at the hospital, or somewhere doing something important. She couldn't expect her sister to drop everything and rush to the airport, could she? Not when they hadn't exchanged a dozen words in the past several years, the most recent phone call discounted. Paige had swung away from the knot of people gathered on the other side of the metal detectors, headed toward an escalator labeled Baggage Claim, Ground Transportation, when she noticed the man with the sign. Nubbleman was the name scrawled in magic marker on a piece of cardboard, and at first she paid no attention. The man who held it was short and thin, and wore a chauffeur's uniform that engulfed him, too large by a couple of sizes. He held the sign in one hand and consulted something in his other palm, scanning it and the departing passengers with intensity. Paige had almost reached the escalators when he caught up with her. "Miss Nobleman," he said, thrusting the sign in her way. She turned, noticing that he was Latino, that his mustache and sideburns were peppered with gray, that even his hat seemed too big to stay on straight. He was holding a facsimile of a still picture the studio often used for publicity releases. "Is you, right?" She stared at him, uncertain. "Mr. Morrow send me," the man said. Paige shook her head, still puzzled, and then it dawned on her. "Mahler," she said. "Mr. Mahler." The little man checked something on the back of her picture, then nodded. "Right," he said. "Morlu." Paige shook her head in disbelief. He was so painfully thin she felt the urge to guide him to a restaurant. Just like Marvin to arrange a car for her. For a moment she wished he were there with her. And then, as she tried to imagine Marvin with his smile and his can-do attitude, one arm around her shoulders, another around her sister's, "Hey, let's just sit down and talk this out, ladies," it all came crashing back upon her. Every aspect of her life that she had tried to push away during the long flight. And she sighed, feeling as weary as she ever had. "I'm Paige Nobleman," she said to the little man, finally. "Bueno," he said. He tossed the sign into a trash can, wadded the photo in his hand. "Car is outside," he added, smiling. "Let me just get my bags," she said, and motioned toward the escalators, which, coming as no real surprise, she found to be closed for repair. "In Miami?" the driver said, when she gave him the name of the hospital. She tried Barbara's house again from a payphone, then the restaurant, too. The hospital was her best guess, but no one was answering at patient information at this hour, and she didn't have a room number. At least she'd find her mother there. That much seemed certain. "Miami Beach," Paige said. "Long way," the driver said. He glanced into his mirror, tossed his wobbling hat aside, then cut the limo through a line of traffic onto a freeway ramp. Paige wondered, the way he said it, if the guy were being paid by the mile. He was good behind the wheel, though. Unlike some of the drivers you'd get with a service, gunning the accelerator, then slamming the brakes, goosing you along. This one was as smooth as L.A. Eddie, and any other time she'd have laid her head back, tried to rest. Instead, she found herself staring out the window, lulled to a zombie-like trance by the gentle motion of the car. She noted an exit for Hollywood, and wondered briefly why there were no hills in the distance, why her clothes were sticking to her despite the fact that it was December. And then she remembered where she was, that this Hollywood was a collection of high-rises on the ocean, and with great wariness she remembered what had brought her here. Odd that she'd keep blanking out like that. Or not so odd, maybe. Maybe it was like a mind fuse. You could just take so much and then, pop, the circuits would overload and you could sink into the zombie zone. Fine with her. She'd be happy to take a nice long nap, wake up and find everything behind her like some awful dream, some part she'd played in a grade Z film. The limo was snaking through a gauntlet of barricades now, little yellow lights everywhere, a quick glimpse of men in hard hats caught in the glare of some portable lights, and a great boiling of dust about some unearthly machine. 2 idling police cars with their flashers turning. It looked more like a disaster zone than a highway, she thought. Barely was all that behind them, the road back to itself and humping high over some ribbon of darkness below, a river, a chasm, when a pair of cars roared up, passing the limo on either side. There was an instant of deafening motor thunder that vanished as quickly as it came, the taillights shrinking into nothing as she watched. How fast had they been going? 100, maybe more? She'd never seen cars go that fast before. Was that the police? She called to the driver. "Race!" the voice came back, crackling over an intercom speaker at her ear. It took her a moment to understand. She sat back in the spongy seat, feeling disoriented again. What was this place she had come to, anyway? Hollywood without mountains, drag races on the freeway, no one answering the phones at the hospitals? Maybe she was in a dream. They were turning again, looping toward the east, it seemed, toward the water. The freeway rose up, giving her a brief view of the broad intracoastal waterway, red and green buoy lights, the glitter of Miami Beach beyond. She found herself in memory, suddenly. One happy Sunday from her childhood, or at least it seemed happy. Her father appeared in his normal form then, at the wheel of some ungainly houseboat, chugging down the same broad channel of water. She and her sister tossing bread off the stern to a crowd of wheeling gulls. Her mother asleep in a chaise lounge in the sun. One shining moment when they were still pretending to be a regular family, she thought with a pang. And then her mother was awake and shouting, at them for the noise they were making, at their father for permitting it, or maybe at them all, just for being alive. And the image fell apart. "He's over there," the driver's voice crackled at her ear. Paige blinked out of her reverie to see the massive hospital complex looming up on their left. The limo wound through a series of turns, past another long line of traffic barricades, ending up on a broad entryway to the main building. The driver stopped under a brightly lit awning, turned to her as the compartment window slid down. "I am waiting for you here," he said. "It's not necessary," Paige said. "Here," the driver repeated, his voice firm. "You can go on," she said. "I don't know how long I'll be. I'll get a taxi." The driver shook his head, his face twisted in concern. "He's all taken care of," he insisted. "All the time while you are here." He smiled at her and tapped a picture ID on the visor above his head. "I am Florentino, at your service." Paige sighed. "All right, Florentino," she said finally. "Right here." Then she turned, gathering herself for more important things, and stepped out into the humid night. She should have prepared herself, she was thinking. She should have tried to picture the worst. But even then, how could she have conjured up anything like what lay before her now? "Just a moment," the ICU nurse at her side was saying. Paige nodded, her mind numb. If the nurse had not led her to this bed, she would not have recognized her mother. The person who lay there inert, hair fallen away in patches, innumerable lines and tubes trailing from her body into the darkness, was a stranger, a wraith. Her mouth was open as if she'd been felled by a stunning blow. Her yellowed, nearly transparent skin stretched tightly across her cheekbones, like some ghoulish decoration for a death's head. Paige felt her legs give, had to steady herself against the foot of the bed. Machines sounded out the shallow rhythms of her mother's breath. Another electronic thrum kept erratic time with her heart. A heavy line snaked out from beneath the sheets, draped itself across her mother's exposed feet like some power cord left behind by workers at a building site. Paige reached out, gently moved the cord aside, the urge to scream vying inside her with an equally powerful impulse to weep. Her fingers carefully found her mother's feet. There seemed no hope of finding her way further around the bedside, past all those lines and tubes, past the pulsing machines and printouts that tumbled like failed streamers to the floor. Her mother's feet were cool, featherless birds in her hands. The bones were hollow flutes, the skin the thinnest of membranes. "Oh, Mother," she said, forgiving everything in that moment, feeling a flood of guilt for all the years she'd kept herself away. She could have come back long ago, when there was still time, when they might have set things right, or at least made a stab at it. But now... "Oh, Mom," she said, staring at the pitiful form in front of her, at the bank of machines and monitoring equipment. "We've got to let you go." "She's not your mother." The voice came from behind her, bitter, accusatory. Paige turned, startled. Her sister had appeared in the doorway to the room, her face drawn and haggard, but a mask of fury now. "Barbara," Paige managed, "you scared me." "You don't breeze in here from California, tell us what we're going to do," she said. "That's not the way it works." Paige shook her head, confused. "Barbara, as long as my mother can draw a breath, she's going to live," Barbara said, biting the words off, her voice rising dangerously. "I just meant—" Barbara strode forward, her eyes glittering, as if she were ready to strike. "She's not your mother," Barbara said again, and this time her voice had risen to a shriek. "I don't—" Paige began, her words seeming to stick in her throat. Her heart was thudding in her chest. Her sister, she was thinking. Her own sister. The hatred, the venom. "What are you talking about?" She swallowed, tried to get her breathing under control. She saw nurses bolting from the central station, hurrying down the hallway toward the open door. "This is my mother, too!" she cried, staring at her sister in disbelief, in fury and dismay. Her sister's words were incomprehensible, impossible, but there was something inside her that was also crying, "What? Explain yourself!" And then, before she could continue, the machines and monitors left off their measured beeps and pings and joined the screaming chorus. Chapter 11. "Most of our office temps are women," the guy behind the desk was saying. Carl Cross, his nameplate read. Paco seemed to remember that the outfit was called Cross Employment. Middle-aged guy, a little gray in his good haircut, a little soft around the gut. Paco noted the soft drape of the guy's suit, the Rolex on his wrist. So that meant he'd gotten right to the top. 10 days holed up in his apartment, picking buckshot out of his hide, eating delivered pizza and Chinese food. He'd finally decided he was safe, mustered the nerve to go out, get his life in gear. Maybe this was an omen, getting to talk to the boss. Cross was staring thoughtfully at the form the secretary had left on the way out of the room. "You did a heck of a job on the typing test. I'll have to give you that." He looked up from the form. "What kind of name is Paco, anyway?" Paco shrugged. Might as well make it easy. "My mother was Mexican," he said. The guy nodded, scanning Paco's broad face, his fair hair, looking for some sign of the genes. "From Spain originally," Paco added. Cross gave him a closer look. "My father was a diplomat." Cross raised his head in acknowledgement. He still looked hesitant. Paco wondered if he'd overdone it. They probably didn't get a lot of diplomats' children applying for these jobs. "He died before I was born," Paco said. "I'm sorry to hear that," Cross said. He looked like he might be ready to say something else, then changed his mind. He turned back to the form Paco had filled out. "You didn't put down your Social Security number." Paco nodded. "I was telling the secretary somebody stole my wallet, my license, my Social Security card." He threw up his hands. "Everything." The guy had his thoughtful look going again. "I wrote off for a new card, though. They said it takes a couple of weeks." "You can't get paid without a Social Security number," Cross said. Paco nodded glum. "And no employer in this state is likely to hire you either. This isn't Texas, Paco." Paco blinked. There was no mention of Texas on the application form he'd filled out. He was sure of that. For the purposes of this interview, he was Paco Edwards from Columbia, Missouri, and in a way it was true. He'd spent a few nights in that college town, when he was still in the recreation enhancement business, and he'd used that very name while he was there. He gave the guy a wary look. "Who said anything about Texas?"
Cross leaned forward in his chair, dropping his managerial facade. Paco, I've been in this business for 10, 12 years now, and I came out here from Dallas before that. Give me some credit. Paco nodded. I had a roommate from Texas. You mean cellmate? Excuse me? Paco was on his way out of his chair. That's where you polished up your typing. That's what I'm thinking, Cross said. In the joint. Tell me I'm right. Paco waved his hand in the air on his way out. I've got another appointment. What was it? Somebody had tattooed jailbird on his forehead? He'd never noticed? Sit down, Paco. Paco hesitated. It wasn't an order, more an invitation. Cross was leaning back in his chair now, his palms raised in surrender, a let's be friends smile on his face. Look, you can be straight with me, he said. The fact you did time means absolutely nothing to me. Paco stared at him. I came in here looking for work, that's all. Of course you did, Cross said, his voice mild. And I believe everyone deserves that chance. You won't jerk somebody around, wait for the next guy, Paco said. Paco, I have no intention of jerking you around. Cross put his palms down on the table. I'm sorry if that's what I seem to be doing. Paco shook his head. I get the Social Security card, I'll stop back. Cross waved it away. Don't worry about that, Paco. I was just making a point. He stared up earnestly from his chair. The fact is, there's plenty of work around this town. He paused, gave Paco his shit-eating grin. For a man of your experience. Paco knew it was time to get out. Knew he should just turn on his heel and leave Cross and his how do you get rich running a temporary employment agency anyway far behind. But he also knew that the guy had marked him, and instead of tossing him out on his ear, had decided that in some way Paco might be useful, which meant, of course, that a proposition might be on its way. And given the state of his finances, Paco figured that he owed himself that much at least. Whatever he decided to do, stick it out in La-La Land or kick it on back home, he was going to need some bucks. Just hear the guy out, he reasoned. See what he had in mind. What harm could there be in that? You're not a bad-looking guy, Paco, Cross was saying. Ever do any acting? Acting? Paco said, altogether bewildered now. Well, Cross said, it's something like acting anyway. And then he filled him in. Chapter 12. Hey, kiddo! The voice in Paige's ear seemed impossibly bright, entirely out of kilter with the dream she'd been having. She'd been standing in the middle of a misted field, the soft grass about her filled with rabbits, hundreds of them it seemed, all of them sitting up on their haunches like dogs, begging for little milk bones she was tossing from the newsboy's sack she wore. No sound but the sigh of an unseen breeze. She struggled groggily with the bed covers, the rabbits vanishing, the field vanishing, the phone sliding away in the tangle. She didn't remember hearing the phone, didn't remember picking up, though the room still seemed to vibrate with the ring. She swallowed and tried to blink her eyes into focus, though there wasn't much point in it. The room was still pitch black. When she was sure she could speak, she groped about the bed until she found the receiver. Marvin? Her head felt like it was stuffed with batting. She'd felt such peace in her dream, and now this. What time is it, Marvin? Must be about 7 on your coast, he said. 7, she thought. She'd come back from the hospital, taken a couple of Xanax around 5. No wonder she felt so out of it. Why are you calling me at 4 a.m., Marvin? There was a pause on the other end. Sweetheart, I don't know what time it is in Florida, but it's 4 in the afternoon out here. Friday afternoon, he added. She swung her legs over the edge of the bed, rubbed at her throbbing temples, vaguely aware of the burning of her bladder and an ache in the small of her back.
Just a minute, she said, dropping the phone on the bed. She fumbled her way to the curtains, drew the fabric back. The room was fairly high up, with a view to the north, or so it seemed. The inky expanse of ocean on her right, the lights of the city off to the left. It was dark outside, all right, but there seemed to be a lot of traffic on the streets for 7 a.m., and there was no sign of the sun coming up over the Atlantic, just a deep red band out there to the west. She thought about it. Rises in the east, sets in the west. Right. She stood there until she had comprehended it, knew for certain that she had slept 14 hours straight, then made her way slowly into the bathroom. She sat, relieved herself, stood, found a cold cloth for her face. Then she remembered and went back to the phone. "I'm sorry, Marvin," she said, when she'd found the receiver again. "You were right." "You okay, kiddo?" Marvin's voice seemed extraordinarily clear, as if he might be calling from the next room. "I'm fine," she said. She snapped on the bedside light, stared down at her feet. She knew that she was having a telephone conversation, but it seemed impossible to concentrate. Her feet, for instance, seemed far more interesting. They really were the oddest-looking appendages, she thought, and then realized she had begun to speak. "My mother died, Marvin." Her voice sounded hollow in her own ears. Cruel to say it just like that, wasn't it? But what was the choice? "Oh, shit," Marvin said. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, kiddo." She listened to the empty silence on the line. She wanted to say something in response, but what? "When did it happen?" Marvin asked finally. She paused, making sure she could do this. "This morning," she said dully. "Early this morning." "This morning," he said. "Jesus, I'm sorry, kiddo. It's awful." Another pause. "I wish I could be there for you." "It's okay, Marvin," she said. "It wasn't like we didn't expect it." She finished the water she'd left on the nightstand. Warm, vaguely sulphurous. She wriggled her toes. No doubt about it. Her feet. Dark green carpet, odd white feet. She tried to reclaim her dream, but all she could see was the carpet, flecked with lint, and those terrible blue-veined feet. "I got there in time to see her before she went," Paige said, letting her breath out in a sigh. "I got to say goodbye." "Oh, sweetie," Marvin said. "This is tough. Just really tough." "It was tough," she said, feeling her head begin to nod. Though every fiber in her being rebelled against it, she felt herself being reclaimed by the reality of her life. Toes, feet, legs. She was going to have to accept it. She was absolutely who she was. "But you know what, Marvin?" she said, hearing a note of gaiety in her voice. But it couldn't be gaiety, more like hysteria about to erupt. "Her dying, that was bad, but that wasn't even the worst thing." "Look, Paige, are you okay? You sound a little funny." "I'm fine," she said. "You want to know what the worst thing is or not, Marvin?" "I'm here, kiddo. Talk to me." His earnest I'll-do-anything-for-you voice. Good old Marvin. "She wasn't my mother," Paige heard herself saying. She hesitated, feeling giddy, as if she was swept along by a rush from the drugs. But that had been a long time ago, and it had just been 2 Xanax, hadn't it? "It's what my dear sister told me, anyway. They hadn't even taken my mother out of the room, Marvin. And there she was telling me I'd been adopted." Her own sister saying those things, hissing at her, following her out into the hallway. Impossible, of course, but of course it explained so much. "You see," she told Marvin, "my mother couldn't have any children, or so she thought, so they adopted me. And 4 years later, Barbara came along. What do you think of that, Marvin?" It sounded positively logical, and her voice echoed blithe spirit in her ears. I could play any part, she thought. Any part at all. Only hissing, crackling noises at the other end of the line. 3,000 miles of amazement whispering back at her. "Jesus God," Marvin said finally. "Is it true?" "So my sister says," Paige answered. "Or should I still call her that?" She took a deep, shuddering breath. Though she had not smoked a cigarette in more than 15 years, she longed for one now. She pulled her hair back in one hand, stared at herself in the mirrored wall. She noted that she'd gone to sleep without wearing anything, something she rarely did. Breasts, belly, pubic hair. There'd been men who'd found these things attractive. Now she felt like a stranger in her own body. "So why were you calling me anyway, Marvin?" Another major hesitation. Actors used these moments, she thought. Civilians gave themselves away. "Just calling," he said, "to check in, see how you were doing." "Marvin," she said, "don't bullshit me. This is not the time." "You're not as tough as you try to be," he said quietly. "It's the Brits, isn't it?" she said. "Paige, I know. Being the kind of people they are, it tore them up having to tell you. The deal's not dead yet, Paige." She couldn't hold back her laughter. Not really laughter, of course. A harsher, more bitter sound than that. "You know how these things go," he said. "They brought a new partner in." He trailed off. "Tomorrow it could turn around again. They'll be begging." "It's okay, Marvin," she said, glancing in the mirror again. Who was the woman there, wild-eyed and naked, squatting on a rumpled bed? "I'm doing fine down here." "It's lousy timing, I know," he said. "And this thing with your sister, it sounds pretty strange to me." She laughed again. "That makes two of us, Marvin." "I think you need to get right back out here after the funeral," he said. "Get your feet on solid ground," he said. "We'll talk. We'll get you together with the new people." "I'm going to take some time away, Marvin," she said. She was up and off the bed now, the phone set in her other hand, while she traced the cord to its source. "I think I'm going to need that." "Sure," he said. "I've still got the place in the desert. A couple of weeks out there, you'll be raring to go." "Away, Marvin," she repeated. "I'm going to be away for a while. But I'd like to feel I could call you, if I had to, I mean." She'd found it now. A little plastic plate hidden behind the nightstand, the cord snaking in there, snugged by a plastic clip. "Paige," he said, "I don't like the sound of this." "I'll call you, Marvin," she said. "I'll call you when I can, okay?" Her hand followed the cord down behind the stand until her fingers found the clip. Marvin was still talking, his voice imploring, his words wafting out into the ether. Good old Marvin, dear Marvin. She tugged once, then twice at the cord, and finally she was on her own. Chapter 13. "I heard from Paige today," Marla said. He was at the sideboard of the sitting room, pouring a scotch. He was about to settle for half a tumbler, then added a little more. End of a trying week. He deserved something extra. Rhonda sat unmoving in her chair. He couldn't see her face from where he stood, but he knew she would have shown no reaction. He could have told her anything. The Academy had voted her an honorary Oscar. Rodney King had used his settlement to buy the house next door. She'd have sat there like a cigar store Indian. He took a healthy sip of the single malt whiskey, made a face. Something his new partner had told him about. $120 a bottle. Engraved picture of quail and country houses on the label. Tasted like battery acid. He poured it down the bar sink, reached for the Dewar's. He dropped in a couple of fresh cubes and filled the glass without hesitation this time. Came around to sit in the chair opposite her. Nice little fire. Wifey with her Afghan over her lap. Papa Bear in a cozy chair with his end-of-the-week drink.
pretty picture, except wifey had turned to stone. He took a drink of the Dewar's, grunted his satisfaction. Something around here still worked. Rhonda had her 1,000-mile gaze pointed in the direction of the mantelpiece, her eyes as clear and crystal blue as the day they'd met, eyes you could spot across a room, or an airplane hangar for that matter, eyes that would bore into you until you'd have to look away. If you had any bullshit on your agenda, that is. There'd never been anything hidden in Rhonda's agenda, that was for sure. He'd appreciated that. The same thing that drove most men in this business batty, he'd loved about her from the first minute. And why not? You spend every waking hour dealing with people who make Richard Nixon seem forthright. It was a tonic to come home to Rhonda, or had been. He had another slug of the scotch. Keep yourself off the hooch all week. Didn't it taste good when you finally gave in? He glanced at her, shook his head, sat back in the leather chair with a sigh. To tell the truth, even healthy, Rhonda probably wouldn't mind if Rodney King were her next-door neighbor, and she'd have to be dragged kicking and screaming to pick up any Oscar. Popularity contests, she would grumble every year, or any time one of the special lifetime statuettes was given out, pity awards. "You're a case, Rhonda," he smiled. "A real case." He lifted his glass. "I was talking about Paige," he continued after a moment. "She called to tell me things were okay. She's holding up just fine. It was a blessing her mother went so quick, all that." He noticed the quiver at Rhonda's hand, the slightest movement, like some feathery aftershock that touched only her. The first time it had happened, everyone had taken it as a sign of hope, that she was tuned in, trying to communicate. But the doctors had set him straight. Just a nervous tick, they assured him. A galvanic response to some transitory quirk of body chemistry. Remember those frogs from high school biology? Still, what could it hurt to talk to her? Treat her as if she could comprehend. Who could say she didn't, after all? "The upside is it's given her and her sister a chance to reconnect, be girls together, talk. That part's going so well, she's going to stay a few more days." He turned to her, shaking his head. "It's a shame, isn't it? Takes a tragedy to make you appreciate what's really important." He made a waving motion with his hand, sent a little wave of his drink onto the carpet. Family, tradition, roots. He glanced up at the array of pictures above the hearth. "Something we're in short supply of out here, huh?" He gave a humorless laugh. "Nothing rooted deep enough in the whole state of California," he said, "that won't slide right into the Pacific when the big one comes. That's our problem when you think about it." He was about to settle back in his chair when he noticed that a thin line of spittle had inched from the corner of Rhonda's lips. He took a Kleenex from the box on the table between them, dabbed it away. "So out here you just have to do your work, play the game, count your beans at the end of the week, see how you're doing." He sucked up one of the cubes from the glass, crunched on it. "But we're doing okay, Rhonda. Okay in that regard. Big doings, in fact. Deal of a lifetime. We'll be set." He looked up from the fire. "It's going to take everything I've got to get this thing off the ground. Everything we've got, in fact. But it'll pay off in the end. You don't have to worry about that." He swung his gaze away from her vacant stare. "And don't worry about Paige. I have people keeping an eye on her down there." He sat quietly for a moment, then checked his watch. "Medicine time, kiddo." He put his drink down, opened a drawer in the table. He withdrew a syringe, a med bottle, flicked the needle cap away with his thumbnail, stabbed through the seal, loaded up. Something one of her attendants could have done, of course, but what the hey? He could shoulder some of the burden, couldn't he? He held the syringe between his teeth, turned Rhonda's arm in one hand, chafed the dry flesh inside her elbow with the other. He found an unscarred spot,
a blessing, given the number of times she'd been stuck. Jabbed, shot, tossed the works into the special disposal bag they were supposed to use. No needles washing up on the beaches anymore, thank you very much. All of it done in less than a minute. At first he'd been squeamish, but it was a daily routine. One does what one has to do. He picked up his drink when it was over, saluted her. "You're a trooper, Rhonda." He noticed the needle guard on the carpet, bent and tossed it into the can. Not a can, really, but something fashioned from an elephant's foot. She'd brought it back from Africa in the pre-endangered species days, before the whales and the owls had become their friends. Rhonda had wanted to get rid of the thing, but he'd held fast. He wondered if it might still bother her. He glanced up at her. "Paige said she sends her love, sweetheart. Kiss, kiss." He made smooching motions with his lips as he stood. He brushed her cheek with the back of his hand as he started away. "I'm going to hit the shower," he said. "There's a screening at the Directors Guild tonight. Some remastered print, tribute to Greg Toland. Bobby Wise, the ghost of Orson Welles, they'll all ask about you." He nailed the last of the scotch in his glass, glanced at the sideboard, decided against another. There was a picture on one side of the alcove, an old publicity still, Rhonda on the set, something vaguely Borderlands seedy, with the big man himself. Orson smiling and handsome, before he'd started to bloat. Joseph Cotton looking stern in the background. Rhonda spilling plenty of cleavage from an off-the-shoulder Carmen Miranda getup. "I ever tell you about the last time I saw Orson?" he asked absently. "It was a party the winery he worked for got up out in the desert at the Annenbergs. He was immense by then. Took 2 guys to lower him into a chair, 2 more to get him up." He shook his head, smiling at the memory, his head swimming a bit with the scotch. Sonny Bono, who wasn't the mayor yet, comes over to shake hands. Orson reaches up, grabs hold, then he loses his balance and falls back, all the time still holding on to Sonny. "Looked like some kung fu movie," he said, laughing. "Threw the little shit clear over the couch." He put his empty glass down, wiped a tear from his eye. He glanced over at Rhonda's deadpan profile. Jesus, he thought, you couldn't get a laugh out of something like that. That was the point of living. "I'll have Wesley look in on you," he said finally, and went out. He found her in the dressing room off the bedroom. She was bent over, rooting around in the small refrigerator they'd installed there, sorting through the trays of medications, vials of this and that, several bottles of Pellegrino, a Pilsner Urquell, a can of Slim Fast. Her white dress had risen high enough to expose the tops of her hose, the snaps of a garter belt. "Is that a nurse thing?" he said after a moment. She started, banging her head on the edge of the refrigerator. She stood up, rubbing the top of her head as she stood. "I'm a physical therapist, remember?" He liked the pout of her lips. "I didn't know anyone still wore garter belts, that's all." She rolled her eyes. "Another turn on?" she said. "I'll tell them to make a note on your chart." He moved closer, hooked his finger inside the front of her crisply starched dress. "God," he said, "there's just something about women in uniform." She smiled, rolled her hips into him, made little wriggling motions with her shoulders that helped ease his work with the buttons. "Probably that they tend to be women," she said. She was moving on him now, the hem of her dress riding toward her hips, her breath quickening. Get to a certain station in life, he thought. So many things were simpler. He struggled with the last button, then gave up and yanked it free. "The sound of ripping cloth," he said. "That's not bad either." "You're an animal, Marvin," she said, her voice flat. Another twist of her shoulders, and she was out of her bra, a wisp of wire and lace. "It looks like Victoria's Secret in here," he said. She had her hands on him now. She leaned back, her hips levered against the tiny refrigerator. "Exactly like that," she said. Her breath was coming in gasps. Another tiny pane of lace that seemed to dissolve at his touch. Then he was driving himself against her, hearing the crashing of glass from inside the refrigerator. "Wesley," he managed, one hand grasping a coat hook, another braced against the wall. "Have you ever thought about acting?" She was matching his rhythm, a little song coming from somewhere deep in her throat, more like a growl, in fact. "All the time, Marvin," she said. "All the time." He liked that. He meant to check the expression on her face, but it was a fleeting thought. Besides, he could picture it. Tough girl, bored to tears, but she had her arms around him. In fact, she had everything around him. "Just say the word," he told her. He was breathing hard enough for several people. Somewhere glass was shattering, shelves of it crashing into ruin. He was ruined, of course, utterly, morally bereft. He bared his teeth, drove himself deeper, and what she said was, "Now." "Do you have any idea the size of the porno industry in this country?" "In inches?" He glanced over at her, her face illuminated by the silent flicker of the big-screen TV. It was late. She'd tucked Rhonda into bed hours ago. They'd been eating some Chinese food he'd dug out of the refrigerator. She glanced down, flicked a pearl of rice off one of her breasts. The picture of boredom, absolute, total insouciance. But just get her started. The combination drove him crazy. "In dollars," he said. "American dollars." She turned to him. "Is this your way of getting it up again?" He brushed the remark away. "Say somebody was to walk up and offer you every friggin' McDonald's franchise in the U.S. She shrugged. "If it were Saks, I might get excited." He waved the air with a chopstick, a professor with his pointer. "Throw Saks in, too, plus Citicorp. And every airline ticket sold in a year from every carrier there is." "I know this is leading somewhere," she said. "You go to acting class, right?" She shrugged, turned away. "Come on," he said. "Admit it. You've been angling to be discovered from the first day you showed up here." She gave him a sour look. "I'm happy being a physical therapist. I just do acting to express myself." "Sure." He nodded with satisfaction. "So you'll comprehend this figure. Total gross of the motion picture business last year was $5.1 billion. She sighed and turned her eyes to the television screen, where a Japanese couple writhed about a sway-backed double bed. He'd switched the sing-songy Cantonese dialogue off, but the subtitles were clear. One said in classical Chinese ideographs, another in English. "Ooh, feel good, feel good." "Does that count the 6,000 I spent on lessons?" "Maybe," he said. "The record industry does about twice that. Legitimate publishing is about 18 billion. No wonder she went batshit. She had to listen to this in bed all the time. He rolled over on his elbow, stared at her in profile. "Porn is worth $19 billion, sweetheart. And that's just what the bean counters know about it. Some say it's more like 40 billion a year." She glanced down at him. "Jesus, this kind of talk does turn you on." "Last question," he said. She was up, reaching over him for something on the bed tray. "Shoot," she said, her voice muffled. "What's the population of the United States?" She found what she was after, worked her way on down the bed. "We didn't have geography in therapist school, Marvin." She was crouched over him now, fussing with some tiny packet in her hand. Surely she wasn't bothering with a condom, not after all they'd been through. "Population of China, then. Take a guess." "A lot," she said. She was smearing something on him, something cool and wet and slick. "Line them up 4 abreast, start marching them into the ocean. They'll never stop coming." She turned, grinned. "I saw it in that
Ripley's Believe It or Not place down on the boulevard. 1.3 billion, he said, suppressing a groan. Whatever had started off feeling cool was turning warm with the steady motion of her hands. 5 times the population of the U.S. You want the upside of doing business in China? Multiply those figures I gave you by 5. Would I find that number on a stress monitor? Her voice went one way, what she was doing another. If it reads out in green, he managed. It was true. He'd had a point to make, but things were getting out of control. He was digging his heels into the bedcloths. "Ooh," she said, mocking the wretched dialogue on the screen. "Feel really good." "Yeah," he said, "but it's getting a little hot." He caught a tangy scent in the air, a familiar, spicy scent, something he knew, something he rarely used. But, dear God, the way she moved. Maybe she did have a future in his films. Then it came to him. "Hey," he said suddenly, struggling onto his elbows. "Is that mustard?" He tried to wriggle from her grasp. "Did you put mustard on there? Chinese mustard?" She pushed him back. "A little mustard, a little sweet and sour," she said, then flashed a wicked smile. "But don't worry," she added, bending down. "It won't be on much longer." Chapter 14. "Yeah, that's it. That's right." Shanley Braxton murmured the words with soft urgency, as if she were peering down into clear water off the haul-over docks, pole in hand, urging some dumb sheep's head to take her bait. Just like fishing when you thought about it, and the people they dealt with not much smarter than some dumb-ass fish. She smiled, watching with satisfaction as the red Lincoln town car up ahead of them edged to the curb, its interior dome light blinking on. She glanced at her driver, Anthony this trip, but she didn't have to say anything. Anthony had killed the van's headlights the moment the town car turned down this lonely street. Now he was smoothing the van over to the side, a good 50 feet behind the Lincoln. People up there wouldn't even know the three of them existed. Anthony had some brains, that's why he was driving, and Pencilhead was riding shotgun in the back. Pencilhead had a big Jones and an itty-bitty head, about size 5.5, with a brain the size of a pea rattling around inside of it. She didn't know anything about the size of Anthony's Jones, and she didn't care. Some people were good for one thing, some for another. Take the way she'd seen Anthony flinch last week, when she'd had to shoot the woman they'd run off to the side of the road, wouldn't let go of her purse. Anthony looking at her like, "Why did you do that?" And Pencilhead had just laughed and shot the bitch again, even though the old woman was way past being able to hold on to anything ever again. Shot her and the old fart with her, while the guy was crying, gibbering some language she'd never heard before, trying to crawl down under his steering wheel and hide. Pencilhead was 17, which might have something to do with it. Anthony was in his 20s, already spoiled for some things by the time she'd got hold of him. Still, he had brains and was quick. He'd wired the van they'd stolen from a tile company's lot in less than a minute, had them on the job by midnight. They'd waited a little over an hour down the block from the Avon agency before this pair had turned up to rent a red Lincoln. 2 Chinese guys in a luxury car, Shanley thought. Almost like they'd hit the lotto. Good as 5 numbers out of 6, at least, and a lot more certain. Anthony had kept them in sight through 6 lights, 4 turns, 1 stop at a 7-Eleven, and now this detour. He was good, all right. He was sitting there this very moment, ready to deal, holding his foot over the accelerator like he should be. She glanced around the deserted street, a warehouse district near Miami International, but it was a waste of time. Only person who'd be crazy enough to come down here this time on a Friday night would be some other tourist, lost, wondering where were the palm trees and the beaches. Uh-huh. That should happen. Shanley would be glad to help them out, too. The two men inside the town car had a map out now, holding it between them. The driver, the great big guy, gesturing angrily at the little guy in the passenger seat. Shanley could imagine what was being said. "How so you get us lost, motherfucker?" Or however the Chinese talked. Who cared what they were saying anyway? They thought they had problems now. Just wait a minute. Here comes Shanley. "Hit them," she said to Anthony then. Anthony nodded and pressed the pedal down. The impact was enough to send his partner, Wayne Chan, flying against his seat back, then forward on the rebound against the dash. By the time Wayne Chan stopped bouncing around the cabin of the Lincoln, his eyes were rolling back in his head. Gabriel Tan fared better. Although he'd sent the power seat all the way back to its limits, he'd barely been able to squeeze his bulk behind the wheel as it was. Still, the sudden shift of 340 pounds just 1 inch into the steering column was enough to inflate the airbag on his side of the car. It wasn't exactly panic that Gabriel felt as the fabric billowed up against him, smothering him momentarily. Surprise, possibly. But panic was allied with fear, an emotion that Gabriel had effectively extinguished from his repertoire. Of course, he had spent the better part of his early years in Bangkok experiencing fear, a byproduct of the endless teasing about his size from the other alley children, the ensuing fights that had everyone piling on, always leaving him on the short end in those days. There was also the matter of his home life, if you could call it that, recoiling from one beating or another at the hands of the men his mother brought home. Afraid to go out during the day, afraid to come home at night. And one evening, he'd made the mistake of walking incautiously into the shack they called a house, caught his mother in the only room, in the midst of some paying entertainment. His old lady still screaming for him to get out. Gabriel had held up his hand to ward off the roundhouse hook of an American master sergeant wearing unbuttoned skivvies and his pecker still waving free. Gabriel catching the man's fist in midair. Gabriel had been scared, all right. He was just acting out of instinct. He could still see the look on the guy's face. 14-year-old fatso from Gooktown got his hand in a grip that feels like a vice. It's a whole new world. When the guy brought a knife up with his other hand, Gabriel had still been scared, petrified, in fact, was only acting out of instinct. He flung the guy against the wall so hard the guy had to pull one arm out of a hole he made in the plasterboard. If the guy had left it alone after he'd gotten his hand loose, taken his knife and his offended manhood out into the steamy night, Gabriel might still have been able to reach down and find fear somewhere deep inside. But the soldier had come back, had meant to kill him, and somewhere in the process of defending himself, Gabriel discovered the rage that he'd been bottling up all those years. He took a few cuts on his arms and shoulders, still had a zipper visible on the side of his neck. But for all that, he had beaten the man until he was unconscious, until his mother had run screaming into the night, until he had broken every part of a person he knew there was to break. He had been stomping the soldier's manliness into something resembling a strip of beef jerky when the MPs arrived and the real show began. The series of places they kept him after that, even fear was afraid to go. Given all that, what could an airbag do to frighten him? Or the things that happened next in that strange place he and Wayne had brought themselves to? Gabriel was still swatting at the limp fabric of the airbag when he felt his door fly open. "Hey, man," the voice was calling. "We didn't see you. We're really sorry." Gabriel didn't think the man sounded sincere. When he saw the pistol in the man's belt, he became certain of it. He heard the passenger door opening, caught sight of another man pulling the dazed Chan outside. "Yo, Anthony!" the second man called. "This guy's all messed up." "Fuck, Pencilhead. Why don't you just tell him our names?"
the first man shouted back, across the top of the car, then bent down to Gabriel. "Better step on out, take a look at the damage," the guy was saying to Gabriel. Gabriel glanced out through the windshield, where Wayne Chan was now lying across the hood, groaning, starting to come around, as the second man watched warily, holding something out of sight behind his back. The second man had an unusually small head, Gabriel noticed, wondering briefly if it had brought as much abuse as his size had in his own childhood. Gabriel swung his feet out onto the pavement, hauled himself up by the doorframe. He affected exhaustion at the effort. "Why do you have a gun?" he said ingenuously, wiping his face on his sleeve. The one who had been called Anthony glanced down at his belt, as if he was surprised to find the pistol there. "Hey, it's a bad neighborhood," he said. "Come on, let's have a look at your car, man." Gabriel glanced at the van that had plowed into them, saw a vague movement at its rear. "It is okay," he said. "No harm. It is not my car." "Hey, we fucked up your ride," the one called Pencilhead shouted. "Now do what the man says." Gabriel heard the tone of that voice and turned. There was a security lamp at the rear of one of the warehouses. It threw off a wavery light, enough to illuminate the boxy-looking pistol that Pencilhead had taken from behind his back and trained upon him now. Wayne Chan had stopped groaning and lay motionless across the hood of the car. That was either a bad sign or a good one, Gabriel thought. "We do not want trouble," Gabriel said. "Neither do we," the man in front of him said. He reached down for his own pistol. Gabriel took 2 mincing steps, shot out his left hand. His fingers caught the one called Anthony behind the chin. His hand plunged like a dull spade into the soft flesh of the man's throat. Gabriel felt a dull pain as his fingertips drove all the way to bone. The man stumbled backward, a look of astonishment on his face. He was making strangled, mewling sounds, one hand clawing desperately at his crushed voice box, the other clamped on the pistol he'd tried to draw. The pistol had not quite come clear of his belt when the gun went off. There was a muffled sound as the fireball erupted into the man's leg. Something hit the concrete at their feet, splintering concrete fragments against Gabriel's shins. Gabriel strode forward, driving the butt of his palm up under the man's nose hard enough to lift his feet off the ground. As Anthony went over in a heap, Gabriel heard an explosion behind him. He wheeled to see the one called Pencilhead backpedaling, his pistol flying away across the roof of the Lincoln. Wayne Chan had come alive and was advancing, firing a series of fist blows against Pencilhead's slender frame. Pencilhead took a solid shot to the chest, gasped. He fell against the side of the Lincoln, then tumbled sideways toward the pavement. Wayne Chan moved in, sent a kick that Gabriel only heard as it landed, with the sound of a soggy gourd splitting open. Another kick, and another awful sound, something bursting inside a burlap bag. Gabriel was thinking it was over when a new voice shrieked behind him. "Kung Fu motherfucker!" he heard, and spun toward the sound, cursing himself for forgetting the shadowy form he'd spotted by the rear of the van. There was a blast that he felt as much as heard, and a flare of scorching fire from the mouth of a shotgun erupting a few feet from where he stood. The first load threw Wayne Chan against the fender of the Lincoln. The second took off the top of his head and sent him sprawling across the hood where he'd lain moments earlier. Gabriel did not imagine that Wayne Chan, tough enough for Hong Kong streets maybe, but this was Miami, would be getting back up this time. That is in fact what he found himself thinking as he vaulted over the trunk toward the woman who had killed his partner. He was also thinking that he was advancing toward this woman not out of any misguided sense of revenge, nor because he was brave, nor because he had any desire whatsoever to go up barehanded against a crazy woman with a stubby pump shotgun in her hands. He was doing it because there was no real choice left open to him, because he knew that were he to try to run, And fear had nothing to do with it either. She would cut him down before he made it halfway across the deserted street. The woman turned to him, her feet spread wide like some badass gangster from a Chopsaki film. She raised the shotgun toward Gabriel, jacked another round into the chamber. "Karate son of a bitch!" she cried, and fired again, at the very moment that Gabriel came down, his foot cracking solidly against her temple. The blast went wide, taking out the windshield of the van. The shotgun flew from the woman's hands and clattered onto the pavement. She was still tottering upright as Gabriel landed. Then began the execution of a whirling pirouette, a movement as smooth and graceful as a ballet dancer's twirl. Rudolf Nureyev in an offensive tackle's shape. Shanley was thinking how impossible it seemed, how unfair, for someone so big to move so fast. She was also wondering what the problem was. She thought she had this man dead to rights, could have sworn she was still pumping and firing, and yet, somehow, he was still standing, and there was her shotgun somehow on the ground. The big guy wasn't exactly standing, of course. The way he was moving was more of that jack-off judo. And what was it about that stuff, anyway? Him dancing, her standing like she was paralyzed, like she was a bird in front of a snake. And wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Thinking this, she was bending, or was it actually falling toward her weapon, when the big man finished his pretty spin and caught her with his foot for a second time, his heel burrowing into the hinge of her jaw. The force of it froze everything for one electric moment. The pain was ecstasy. The night around her turned glorious, every star a brilliant diamond light. Distant sirens became the cries of angels. For one brief moment she knew what all this meant, knew why she'd gone wrong so many years before, and was sorry, and wondered if she'd be saved. And then she heard a sharp cracking sound that echoed off the cement-block storefronts around her, and her head fell back into an impossible pose, and all that was left of her went down. Gabriel landed in a crouch, blood roaring in his ears, ready now for anything. He glanced down at the inert form of the woman who'd been ready to kill him, swept his gaze about for the thin man whom Chan had battled, but that one lay now with his cheek driven into the pavement, his jaw opened improbably wide, a dark pool circling his head like a halo. Gabriel swung his gaze to the van, which sat motionless, its engine creaking in the suddenly stilled night. There had been 3, so caution dictated that there might easily be 4. Somewhere jet engines roared, but whether the plane was landing or taking off was impossible to tell. He waited in his crouch, ready to spring, until finally he knew that it was finished, that all this was over. Already he was calculating, assessing the damage. Too bad about Wayne Chan, but Gabriel could manage on his own. The important thing was, who had known they were coming? Who could have sent out these people to kill him and Chan? And why send such amateurs, unless they were all that could be found on such short notice? In which case, would it not have made more sense to wait? Gabriel was still wondering these things when a shriek of tires sounded, and he stood up to see the street filling with cars. 3, 4, 5 of them. Squad cars, their lights painting the streets and storefronts red and blue, their sirens blaring. Then, careening behind them, a pair of brightly painted television vans, one with a tiny satellite dish sprouting from its top and pushing toward the sky like something from a fairy tale, even as he watched. He glanced at the Lincoln, considered making a run for it, but gave up the thought immediately. Even if the car were not damaged, where would he go in this box canyon of a street? The cruisers were bearing down on him now, their spotlights crisscrossing, fixing him in their sights, blinding him. He heard a series of commands blaring from the grill-mounted speakers, each blasting over the next, The result a cacophony that Gabriel could not decipher, but had no problem understanding, and even less obeying. There were 5 squad cars screaming to a halt about him, which meant that 10 weapons were being trained on him by an equal number of frightened and angry policemen. Had the loudspeakers commanded him to defecate in the street and howl at the Miami moon, he would have been glad to comply. Instead, he did what he knew they actually desired of him. He raised his hands high and turned very, very slowly, and in the way of a man bracing himself for the worst, leaned up against the big American car. Chapter 15. $5,700, Deal was saying, holding up the printout for Driscoll to see. He'd found it along with the credit card receipt in Janice's purse, which itself had been tossed into the open bed of the hog, along with several shopping bags full of merchandise. Driscoll glanced at the printout, shook his head in commiseration, and took a swallow of his beer without saying anything. It was late on a Saturday, and Deal had just returned from the hospital, where he'd had to readmit Janice. Her physician couldn't be bothered to come in, but after hearing Deal's account of things and a brief conversation with the doctor on duty, they did agree that Janice would not be permitted to leave again without Deal being notified. Deal rubbed his hands over his face, feeling exhausted. If it weren't so sad, it would be funny. He and Driscoll were sitting in the kitchen of Driscoll's apartment, which sat across the breezeway from his own. The apartments were identical in layout. Each had an eat-in kitchen with a tiny bay window at the breakfast nook, a sizable family living room, and 2 bedrooms, each with bath down the hallway. The only difference was that it looked like people actually lived in Deal's unit. In the case of Driscoll's apartment, it was more difficult to tell. There was furniture, of course, and food in the refrigerator, and clothing in the drawers and closets, but you'd have to open something up to be sure. Then you'd find socks rolled and nested like eggs, sorted by color, boxer underwear in neatly ironed stacks, and in the closet 3 starched white shirts next to 3 blue shirts next to 3 yellow shirts, all short-sleeved with buttonless collars, each with a color-matched mate in an adjacent line of slacks, and on and on. It didn't matter that the moment Driscoll put any of these things on, they seemed to wilt and rumple into immediate disarray. For the time that they stayed separate from the man himself, his things were absolutely in order. Deal thought of the morass his place had become in the last few weeks and thought briefly of hiring Driscoll to come in and take charge. Then he caught sight of the printout again. "How could you spend that much in one day?" Deal said. "Not even a day, really." "My wife bought a $100 set of pillowcases once," Driscoll said, shrugging. "I saw that. I knew the world had passed me by. My first car cost $100. Deal was scanning the hotel printout again. "I didn't know you could still do this," Deal said. "Charge clothes and jewelry to a hotel room." Driscoll nodded. "It's the Grove. Lots of Brazilian millionaires come down to the Grand Bay Hotel. People will do anything to help them spend." "I guess they do," Deal sighed, tossing the paper aside. Maybe he could take the Rolex back. He'd found the box and paperwork, after all. The fox coat was another story. There was makeup all over it, and it reeked of whatever overpowering perfume she'd been wearing. He shook his head sadly. Also was the matter of the boxes and boxes of expensive children's clothes from kidding around, a place where the very sight of the display windows caused Deal to clutch at his wallet. He could take all that stuff back too, of course, but the thought of it, one of those supercilious sales ladies staring him down while he tried to come up with a story. "I'm sorry, I don't want my kid to have these joppers." He left off the vision, glanced at Driscoll with resignation. The big man shrugged. "You know what my old man used to say? Should I? Deal said.
Any problem that money can fix isn't a problem.
Deal stared at him, then at the hotel bill. Maybe your old man would like to pick this bill up. Driscoll shrugged.
I don't know. He was broke when he died.
Christ, Driscoll. Driscoll shrugged.
That's all right. I didn't mean to criticize. I don't suppose he ever had to put up with anything like what you're going through, partner.
Maybe so, Deal thought. Janice's disintegration had come so suddenly. He wasn't sure what he was going through. At first the doctors had assured him that hers was a natural reaction, but something that would respond to treatment. Now she seemed to be getting worse, far worse. Driscoll had been studying him, Deal realized, waiting for some response. All he seemed able to do was shake his head.
"I'll be right back,"
Driscoll said finally. He stood and shambled away toward the bathroom. Deal watched him go, thinking that Driscoll was right, of course, that the money was the least of it, though thank God he'd been able to pull them out of the hole somewhat. At least there was something in the bank. If this had happened 4 years ago, he'd have bankruptcy to face, along with everything else. 4 years ago, he'd been studying a whole set of printouts, like the one on the table beside him, and every one of them assured him that the company his own father had founded, a company that had built 2 of the major hotels on Miami Beach, a series of condos, a half-dozen office towers in the financial district and the Gables, was doomed. His father was dead, and the business was hollow. The cash gone like water fled from a sinkhole lake. All the Deal Co. assets tied up in boom-or-bust joint ventures that had failed spectacularly. Too stubborn to let go of the last piece of property that the company held, Deal had designed and built the fourplex where they sat, a project that was to anchor Deal Co.'s resurrection from the ashes. And it had happened, he thought, just as he had promised Janice it would. He'd finished the fourplex. They'd moved into one unit and rented the rest. He covered the payments with income to spare. He'd created assets again. Then there'd been all that rebuilding work following the hurricane, and just when that was tailing off, he'd fallen into a job rebuilding an old Coconut Grove mansion for Terrence Terrell, owner of baseball's Florida Manatees. That, in turn, had led to a number of commercial projects, and Deal had begun to believe that there really was hope for restoring a once grand operation to prominence. He and Janice had been talking about getting out of the fourplex at long last, finding a house with a backyard again, with a good school nearby. He heard the toilet flush, watched Driscoll reappear, moving through the living room toward him.
"Maybe you could claim the person who bought the coat was an imposter," Driscoll said.
It brought an involuntary laugh from Deal. "It's not that far from the truth, is it?" he said. He sighed again, thinking it was time to go upstairs and gather Isabel from Mrs. Suarez's place, though he didn't relish having to wake his daughter up, go through all the explanations again about where Mommy was staying. And then the little phone on the table began to ring. "Deal?" The voice that came as he picked up was slurred, so faint that at first he'd thought it was Janice. "Deal?" she repeated. "It's me, Deal, old buddy." "Barbara?" he said finally. "Sorry," she said, her voice rising momentarily. "Very sorry." Deal heard a crash, the sound of something breaking. "Barbara, what's wrong?" "Glass," she said. "Old glass, no problem." Deal felt apprehension and almost simultaneously an intense wave of weariness. More trouble. The world full of trouble and heartache. "Barbara," he said, "is it your mother?" "Did a bad thing," she said, ignoring him. "My sister." She trailed off, leaving a silence on the line. There was another similar crash. "Barbara," Deal called. Driscoll was staring at him, trying to fathom what was going on. "Told my sister the truth," Barbara said, her cadences rising drunkenly. told her the whole thing." "The truth about what, Barbara?" He did not have time for this, Deal thought, then corrected himself. He did not have the energy. Most of all, he did not have the desire. He had a full plate of his own right now, thank you very much. "A bad thing, Deal. Did a real bad thing." "Where are you, Barbara?" he said wearily. "What's going on?" "My mother died, Deal." It was as if the static had abruptly cleared from a bad radio broadcast. For a moment, her voice was clear and matter-of-fact, as lucid as if she'd never had a drink. "She died." "Dear God," Deal said. He glanced at Driscoll. "I'm sorry, Barbara." "Yeah," she said. He heard something close down in her voice. "Too bad, huh?" He heard ice cubes clattering into a glass. "Barbara, listen to me," he said. "You have to take it easy." "Sure, Deal." There was a pause, and he imagined her filling her glass, knocking back another drink. When she spoke again, her voice was falsely bright, struggling for control. "Sorry I bothered you, okay? Just wanted you to know." "Barbara, listen." "Sorry," she said again. He thought he heard a curse as she broke the connection. Deal fell back in his chair. Driscoll was at the refrigerator now. He'd pulled out a beer for himself, held one up for Deal. Deal shook his head. He took a deep breath, turned back to the phone, punched in Barbara's number. He was not surprised when the busy signal came. He still had the picture vividly in his mind, her stalking away from him out there on South Beach, stung at his rebuff. How she must have fought herself before she made this phone call, he thought. Her mother dead, God only knows what kind of blow-up with her sister. Now she'd heard the tone in his voice, giving her the brush-off. "What's up?" Driscoll said, dropping back into his seat. Deal massaged his face with both hands now, trying to bring back feeling, rub away the fatigue. Or maybe, he thought, he was trying to rearrange his features. Maybe he could mold and massage long enough, then drop his hands. He'd have turned into someone else, someone who could smile, head down to Leo's Tavern with Driscoll, pop a few, walk away from calamity without a care. "Barbara," he said. "Her mother died." "Ah, Christ," Driscoll said. "Then there's something with her sister. She wouldn't tell me what." Deal looked away. "It doesn't sound like she's holding up too well." "Drunk on her ass, you mean?" Deal gave him a look. "Hey, I'm not criticizing," Driscoll said. He raised his beer. "Just wondering." "I gotta go to Fort Lauderdale," Deal said. He was staring out the window, had made no effort to move. Driscoll nodded. "Course you do. She thinks the world of you, Johnny." "Yeah," Deal said. He stood, patted his pockets for his keys. He felt an unreasoning anger rising within him. Why is that, Driscoll? Why in the hell should anybody think I have what they need? Driscoll gave him an odd look. "That's a heck of a thing to say. You don't want to drive to Fort Lauderdale? Then don't." Deal stared at him for a moment, then nodded. "I'm just tired," he said. "Yeah," Driscoll said. "We all get tired." He took a swallow of his beer. "Go on, then, and tell her I'm sorry about her mom." Chapter 16. A light rain had drifted in off the Atlantic, slowing traffic so that it was nearly an hour before he found his way to Barbara's place. She rented a cottage on the back end of a once grand property on Commercial Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale. What must have been one estate among many was flanked these days by a strip shopping center and a series of used car lots. The former main house had been converted to a set of offices that held an insurance agent and a direct mail advertiser. The broad lawn had gone bare in spots. The ancient fruit trees were scraggly, the driveway crumbling. Deal swung the hog around a fender bender that seemed to have involved a pickup and an ancient VW van, then made a right into the drive. A wrecker lit up like something from a flying saucer movie had arrived at the scene of the accident behind him, and Deal spotted the lane that led off to the rear in its glare. As he moved further along, he noted that the back end of the property had maintained some of its original charm. The drive changed from asphalt to crackling white shells and curled under a thick canopy of banyan limbs and ficus, giving out in a leaf-strewn parking area beside an old Florida cracker house with a wraparound porch and a steep-pitched tin roof, a dim yellow lamp burning at the entry, another alive in one of the inside rooms. Despite the questionable neighborhood, Barbara felt safe. "Nobody even knows there's a house back here," she'd told him more than once, and the rent, by South Florida standards, was a joke. Deal got out of the hog and stood in the shelter of the great trees, hesitating, listening to the hiss of the rain and the leaves. Except for that sound and the distant crackle of the wrecker truck CB, it was quiet, the essence of peacefulness. Maybe she'd fallen asleep, he thought. He swung the door of the hog closed and kicked through the shoals of fallen leaves to the front stoop. He knocked firmly on the wooden screen of the porch, listened to the sound die away, knocked a second time. He called her name then, feeling the first stirrings of concern. The screen gave it his touch, as did the inner door. He was inside the living room then, his eyes drawn toward the lamp that tilted crazily in a far corner. He saw the streaks on the walls first, and found himself thinking someone had started to paint. Then his feet caught on something beneath him, and he stumbled. He tried to catch his balance, but the floor seemed as though it had been greased. His feet flew out from under him, and he felt a painful crack as his elbow landed on something hard. It seemed, as his eyes adjusted to the dim light, like a series of terrible snapshots slowly fitting together into one awful whole. One hand reached beneath him, groping for the thing he had fallen upon, some rock, some bookend, something tossed aside, and finding it, raised a pistol into view. At the same time, the paint-splattered walls, lit in random shafts from the tumbled lamp, came into focus as the blood-drenched backdrops that they were. And the last, of course, was the worst. Turning, knowing, even before his eyes confirmed it, the awfulness of what had thrown him to the floor. Chapter 17. She could do this, Paige told herself, as she stepped out of the rental car into the damp Florida night. She had to do this. She had spent the better part of her life running away. Now it was going to stop. She had spent all day Saturday running over the possible scenarios. Finally, she had decided she was prepared for almost any response. She'd called for a rental car and arranged for a pickup at the hotel next door. On the way out, she'd had to dodge Florentino, who'd been waiting faithfully for her, attired in a fresh but equally blousy uniform, and lounging against the fender of the limo at the end of the taxi line. That was the last thing she needed. A faithful retainer sitting outside in a limo while she tried to connect with a sister who despised her for being too good for the family. She did not think for a moment that she and her sister could ever have anything approaching a normal relationship, but by God they were going to treat one another like human beings. Paige was going to see to it, and she would find out just how much truth there was in that mind-numbing accusation that her sister had made. Yes, her sister might insist, it is true, and in a way, every miserable aspect of Paige's childhood might be accounted for. No, it was a lie, though it was what her sister had always fantasized, and Paige would be left to wrestle with the same cruel conundrums that she lived with all her life. Or, "Get out of here. I have nothing to say to you," her sister might say. Only the last would Paige refuse to accept. She felt a moment's hesitation when she saw the strange car parked outside her sister's cottage.
Paige had not considered the possibility that her sister might have company. She had thought about phoning ahead, had even dialed the number before she'd left her room, but her nerve had left her when she heard the receiver lift, and she'd slammed the phone down quickly. She'd driven quickly, almost recklessly, given the slick streets. But once she had known her sister was at home, she'd been overwhelmed with the urge to arrive here. It was as if she realized that any hesitation would be fatal. If she did not confront her sister while her courage was at its peak, she feared she might never manage it. After all, she'd had a lifetime of practice in denial, in self-deception. She raised her hand to knock, then realized that the door was open. The wood frame pushed inward, wedged against the uneven slab of the porch. She stepped inside, ignoring the warning bells that had begun to ring the moment she spotted the strange car outside. She was far too wrought up to pay attention to something as feeble as common sense. She heard a sound inside and hurried forward, through the entryway, where the door also stood ajar. She had enough of her wits about her to be concerned, of course, had even managed to get her mouth open, ready to call out for her sister, when she came through the foyer and saw it, illuminated in the crazed glare of an unshaded lamp. The stark white wall splattered with gore, a kneeling man, disheveled and wild-eyed, the front of his shirt and slacks covered in blood. He knelt above her sister's body. One of his hands was pressed to her throat. A gun lay on the floor at his feet. The man stared up at Paige with an expression that seemed to mirror the shock she felt in her own. He held up his hand toward her, his mouth open, as if he was about to say something but couldn't get it out. She remembered thinking how odd it was that he hadn't reached for the gun. It looked as if he meant to entreat her, not kill her. Whatever had caused him to do that, it surely saved her life. She screamed once in pure, terrified reflex, and then, as he was still struggling to stand, she was outside and running, praying she could make it to the lights. Chapter 18. Even as he ran, Deal felt the craziness of it all. Were any sane person to observe it, a wild-eyed man covered in blood pursuing a terrified woman across the grounds of a darkened estate, that observer would be perfectly justified in thinking the worst. Were that observer a policeman, say, or a typical South Florida homeowner out walking his dog, to have a weapon in hand, there was no doubt in Deal's mind what it would be used for. Another reason why he redoubled his speed, ignoring the fiery protest in his lungs, the lashing of the banyan tendrils at his face, the sudden jolt of pain when his foot twisted on an outcrop of coral rock and doubled under him. He went down hard, his shoulder and cheek slamming against the damp, bare earth, then rolled to his feet, as if it were something he'd practiced. He paused for a moment, light-headed and staggering. Bright lights pinged behind his eyes, brilliant pinpricks that danced across his vision, along with the flickering blue and yellow flashers of a tow truck somewhere out there on Commercial Boulevard. He saw that she was struggling, too, caught for the moment in a noose of the dangling vine-like roots of the enormous tree that spread 100 feet out from the cottage. She was screaming for help as she fought the vines, clawing her way toward the flashing lights, and all that Deal could think of was to stop her before she got there. He started on, gasping when the pain shot up his leg. He took a second stride, willing himself to ignore it, felt his eyes roll back, but kept going. By the third or fourth step, he could bear it, and by the time she had fought loose of the vines, he was moving in a hobbling, short-legged run. Her screaming had stopped, transformed to ragged gasps and whimpers as she ran. "Wait!" Deal cried. "Please!" knowing even as he spoke how ridiculous the words would sound. She was gaining ground on him now. No way he'd ever stop her before she made it to the street. And then what? Limp out to the curb, smile, explain everything to the bystanders in a calm voice? "I'm a policeman!" he cried then, surprised at his own words. She faltered. "I'm a cop, God damn it!"
She turned, uncertain. She still hadn't stopped, but it slowed her just enough. He hit her about waist level. He'd expected more resistance, was surprised when she went down like a breath of air. Holding her was another matter, however. She was squirming wildly, kicking, one knee driving like a piston into his chin. The stars were dancing before him, but he ignored them. He rolled atop her, his weight smothering her kicks, his hand clamping down on her screams. He waited until she'd calmed, then raised himself above her, trying to find her eyes with his own. "It's all right," he said. "Listen to me. I didn't hurt your sister." She squirmed frantically in response. "You're Barbara's sister. I know that. It's all right." She was staring at him now, her eyes frozen wide. "I didn't hurt her. I found her, just before you came in." She shook her head violently. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said. "I'm going to let you go now." He took his hand from her mouth and rolled aside. She sprang up into a crouch, ready to bolt, her gaze still wild. She glanced toward the street, still 100 yards or more away. The wrecker and its flashing lights were gone. A soft drizzle had sprung up again, and the traffic whizzed along the boulevard in a spray that would have sounded lush, even pleasant, in another life. She turned wearily back to Deal, still panting. "What did you do to my sister? What did you do to her?" Deal shook his head, his gaze locked with hers. "She called me about an hour ago." He swallowed, trying to bring his own breathing under control. "When I got here, she was lying there, just like you saw her." "Please," she said, "let me go. I have to get help." There were sirens sounding in the distance now. Deal held up one hand in a conciliatory gesture, reached to his belt with the other. She flinched, as if she were expecting him to produce a weapon. "I called them," he said, holding up his tiny phone. "The EMS. They're on the way." Surprised, she turned toward the boulevard, where the sirens were already growing louder. She glanced back at him, her expression transforming like the ripplings of some filmic special effect, fear gradually eroding, shading back into uncertainty, then into anguish. "You called for help?" she repeated, and he watched as she internalized the meaning of his words. Maybe that's what made her an actress, he found himself thinking, every emotion registering, molding her whole outward self. "Go," he said, gesturing toward the cottage. "Stay with her." He felt his own anguish welling up suddenly. "Go on," he said. "I'll go out to the street for the ambulance. They'll never find the place otherwise." The sirens were blaring now, no more than a block away. Swirls of red lights slashed across the top of the huge banyan. The woman hesitated. "Is she—" "Just go," he said, unable to meet her gaze. And then he was running toward the street. "She saved my life," Deal said. He watched helplessly as the attendants wheeled Barbara's body out of the airless room toward their van. The technicians had tried CPR, had tried their injections, had tried to start a pulse with their electric paddles, but Deal had seen the looks on their faces. All that effort had been by rote. They'd taken one look at the pulpy mass where the back of her head had been, at the dark, scorched cave of her mouth, at the terrible burns that seared her cheeks, and they had known, as Deal had known from the moment he'd found her. The detective he'd been speaking to nodded, not discourteous, but not sympathetic either. Did that mean he was a potential suspect, Deal wondered? A cacophony of emotions crowded his skull. Grief, disbelief, outrage, self-loathing. Barbara was gone, and nothing would ever change that. Yet his grief and disbelief were tempered by his anger that she would do a thing like this. It was a suicide, clearly. Clear to Deal, at least. And he'd heard the coroner, a young Indian or Pakistani, mumble the same thing in his accented English to an aide a few moments ago. But here was someone else suggesting, however subtly, that no possibility would necessarily be discounted. He would have felt an even greater sense of outrage, but the worst of it was, Deal did feel responsible.
as if he were some kind of ghoulish accomplice. If he'd arrived a few minutes earlier, if he'd been gentler with her on the phone, if he hadn't been so goddamned arrogant and self-centered when they'd met out on the beach. He realized he was staring at the dark pool of blood where Barbara's body had been, and forced his gaze away, his stomach knotting. Another detective huddled outside on the screened porch with Barbara's sister. Paige Nobleman, he thought, the actress. The irony of it. Leaves Hollywood and all those made-up concoctions of violence to come to another lesser Hollywood and find this very real and awful thing. Deal found himself starting for the porch, felt the detective's hand on his arm. "I'm not through here," the detective said. Deal turned, an unreasoning anger sweeping through him. "What else do you want?" he said. "We've been through it half a dozen times." The detective gave Deal an appraising look, as if his response was tantamount to a confession. "My colleagues tell me that Ms. Nobleman declines to press assault charges." "What?" "Don't get yourself worked up," the detective said. "We advised her of her rights. She declined." He shrugged as if the matter were of no consequence. "I'd like to see your driver's license," he added. Deal stared at him, ready to explode. "You want to give me a traffic ticket?" The detective raised his eyebrows in a wary gesture. "Do you have a driver's license, sir?" Deal fumed, dug in his pocket, fumbled through his battered wallet until he found the license, stuck to the back of a Publix check-cashing card. He handed it, with his photo of a wary man startled by the operator's flash, over to the detective, who glanced at it, then jotted a note on his clipboard. Deal found himself drifting. He'd had that picture taken back in the glory days, when Janice had first come home from the hospital, her burns all tended to, turned to shining pink ribbons of grafted flesh. Had he looked that worn to her, too? "This your current address?" the policeman asked. Instead of nodding, Deal repeated the information aloud, clipping off each syllable. The cop looked up. "Maybe this is uncomfortable for you," he said. "Maybe you'd like to come on downtown, sit in a quiet little room for a while. Go over all this again with one of my colleagues." Deal stared at him, tight-lipped. He felt his fists clench, unclench. He wouldn't give this jerk the satisfaction. "My very good friend has killed herself," he said evenly. "I walked into this room a couple of hours ago and found her. Now, unless you have further business with me, I'd like to leave." He felt his rage rising up again, struggled to keep his voice even. "I'd like to get the hell out of here." The cop stared at him impassively for a moment. Finally he screwed up his face in a who-knows expression and handed his license back. "You drive home carefully, Mr. Deal," he said. "We know where to get in touch with you." Deal accepted the license wordlessly, tucked it away, turned to go. Paige Nobleman and the second detective stood together on the porch, facing his way. He hesitated, then stepped through the open doorway into the cool air outside. He was past them, halfway down the steps, when he heard her voice. "Mr. Deal?" He turned. There was a moment as they regarded one another. "I'm sorry," she said. He hesitated. "So am I," he said. She glanced back inside the open doorway. From this distance, it looked as though someone had thrown dark paint in random swatches on the stark white walls. She turned, closing her eyes briefly. She took a deep breath, then looked squarely at him. "The detectives told me they found powder burns on my sister's hands." She faltered, her jaw working hard to hold everything in check. "They told me—" She broke off then, turning away. "You don't have to apologize to me," he said. She nodded, her face still averted. After a moment she calmed and turned back to him. "Have you known my sister a long time?" she asked quietly. "A few years," he said. He paused. She was waiting for something more. "We met more or less by accident," She did me a very big favor once." She nodded. "My sister and I weren't close. I don't know if she told you. I didn't even know she had a sister," Deal said. "Not until a few days ago." She nodded, glancing down at the ground. "I see." Something occurred to Deal then. "Look, Miss Nobleman, I don't want you to have the wrong impression. Your sister and I were friends, but that's all there was to it. There were a lot of things I didn't know about her life." She nodded, but whether she believed him or not was impossible to tell. The two detectives had moved out onto the porch together, glancing at Deal and Page while they conferred. "She killed herself," she said, her face twisting into an awful, mirthless smile. She threw up her hands. "My sister was so goddamned angry with me, and she killed herself." She turned to Deal. "That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?" Deal stared back at her. It occurred to him, despite her anguish, her exhaustion, her bafflement at her sister's act, that she was beautiful, stunning, drop-dead, impossibly, flawlessly beautiful. And yet she'd never seemed so on screen. Attractive, yes, well above your run-of-the-mill pretty, to be sure. But here, her face a few feet from his own, she seemed the apotheosis of female beauty. How was that possible, he wondered? Did they make up some women to seem less than what they were? "Hey, she's not a star yet. Sly says to ugly her up a little." "I don't know," he said finally. "She had her moods. She was upset about your mother." He broke off when he saw her wince, then went on more gently. "But I don't know," he repeated. He was thinking of Janice now, wobbling up that flight of stairs on those impossible heels, her lipstick smeared, that 1,000-mile stare in her eyes. "What I think is that nobody knows anybody, not really." He gave her a sad smile. "You know what I mean?" She was watching him closely, nodding slightly with his words. "Why did you chase me?" she asked. "Why didn't you just let me go?" She gestured warily at the house. "It would have all come out sooner or later." Deal studied her. "The cops asked me the same thing." "What did you tell them?" He shrugged. "I told them I didn't know." "I was certain you were going to hurt me," she said. He nodded. There was a pause. "I saw the look on your face," he said at last. "I knew your sister was gone. I knew what you were thinking." He broke off, shaking his head. "Maybe I really don't know why I went after you. It just seemed important to me that you understand. I had to explain. Does that make any sense?" She was staring at him intently, her eyes reflecting the dim yellow light from the porch. A drizzle was falling again, spangling her hair with droplets. Earlier, he'd seen her in terror, in anguish. He'd seen her on screen in other guises, tough, breezy, seductive. At this moment, she was vulnerable. Totally, utterly vulnerable. "Yes," she said finally. "I think so." She seemed to sag then, as if the weight of the events had finally caught up with her. "Anyway, thank you for talking to me, Mr. Deal." "John," he said as he started away. "John Deal." He found himself fumbling with his wallet again, searching for one of his business cards. Finally he gave up, scrawled his number on the back of one of Driscoll's. "Here," he called after her. "If I can help, I don't know if there's any other family, with the arrangements and all." She stopped and turned, accepted the card. "Thanks," she said. "I don't know either. I guess there will have to be something." She gave him a wan smile then, and was off, moving unsteadily, as if she'd just suffered a beating, to her car. Deal watched until she had driven away, then went for his own car. The two detectives were still standing on the porch, still talking,
still staring at him as if waiting for him to grow claws and fangs and shriek his guilt. He knew they were watching him, could feel their eyes on his back, but he was goddamned if he would give them the satisfaction of looking back to make sure. Chapter 19. Deal awoke in his bed, still in his clothes, Isabel nestled against his chest. His arm where her head lay had gone numb, and it took him a moment to ease it away without waking her. He sat up, swinging his legs over the side of the bed, still groggy with sleep. He'd been dreaming, and it took him a moment to sort things out. It was just growing light outside, which meant that he couldn't have slept for long. Just moments ago, he'd been a film director, sitting in a chair that swiveled at the end of a huge crane, looking down at the death scene in Barbara's house. Only it had been Paige Nobleman kneeling over her sister's body, her face twisted in anguish. The tableau was that of the famous shot from the Kent State Massacre, the co-ed looking up from her fallen comrade, and Deal, the director, had been calling out film imprecations, cut, print, wrap, but no one was paying any attention. Janice was there in her tarts getup, her face a mad sprawl of lipstick, huddled in the corner with the two detectives, who scribbled notes furiously as she shouted, pointing accusations at Deal, who hovered in his silly chair. Driscoll seemed to have been there, a surly grip maybe, as was his old friend Homer the Dwarf, who had been running about like some lunatic court jester. It was when Deal realized that he was strapped into the chair, and that the thing had begun to whip about on its mount like a car from a carnival ride, that he came awake. He shook away the memory of the dream, turned and put his hand on Isabel's shoulder, then bent to press his face against her tousled hair. Her little girl's smell, shampoo and sleepy flesh, and some indefinable essence of innocence, was a necessary elixir, and he found himself lying that way for several minutes, as if inhaling her very goodness. If she hadn't been there, he wondered, would he have been able to find the will? Stand up, Deal. Move into the bathroom. Face the wreckage that your life has become. He stood under the shower for what seemed like hours, the hot water pounding on him until it became a hypnotic roar in his ears. He would not read the paper, he thought. He would not turn on the television. He could not stand one more iota of sadness. He could not. And then there was a tapping at the shower door, and he opened it to find Isabel standing there with her nightgown around her ankles, her shy, sleepy smile turned up to him. "Want to be with you, Daddy," she said, holding out her hand. And he smiled and drew her inside, feeling that maybe, just maybe, he could endure all this after all, and he was grateful for the water that hid his tears. Chapter 20. To Mahler, who had been watching the weekend edition of the morning news show with an ever-increasing fascination, ever since the words Miami and incredible story had caught his attention, the entire proceeding seemed surreal, some kind of colossal, ghastly joke. Just coming awake, he'd been confronted with any number of angles of the remains of the Miami Freeway Bandits, as the press had dubbed them, a trio of thugs who'd robbed and killed half a dozen tourists in the last month. They'd been making national headlines ever since they'd shot a Canadian woman, left her dying in the middle of the freeway, with her baby strapped in the back seat. Now it seemed it was over. There had been a series of mug shots worthy of any post office wall, interspersed with other, more vivid images. Pools of blood on a darkened street, bodies covered with sheets, more bodies being trundled into a series of meat wagons, a local news stand-up with the mayor, another with an embattled-looking police chief. "We're saddened, of course, but we're happy it's over." Mahler found the phone at his bedside, punched in a number. "Tell me this is all a dream," he said when the connection was made.
Tell me it's just a coincidence. It's some other Chinese tourist. What dream? The voice on the other end replied. Turn on your goddamn television, Mahler said. Look what they're talking about in Miami. Don't have to turn on television, the voice said calmly. Know all about it. Jesus Christ, Mahler said, groaning. The weekend version of Joan London was staring into a big monitor on her network set. The monitor displayed a live shot of a huge man with vaguely oriental features. Big Daddy Lipscomb meets Mr. Moto, Mahler thought. The man was standing on a brightly lit beach, a pair of coconut palms forming a waving X behind him. Mr. Chen, the female host was saying in a loud voice, how does it feel to accomplish something that the entire police force of a major American city has been unable to do? The big man stared back at the screen as if he hadn't heard. A hand reached into the picture, fiddled with something at the big man's ear. Mahler heard fierce whispering, watched the network host squirm. Finally, the big man seemed to understand. He shrugged, his face impassive. I'm being very good fortune, he said, in atrocious pidgin English. My good friend discovered them all. 1, 2, 3. He made fierce jabbing motions with his hands. The host winced, but she was game. Mr. Liu Chao was an expert in martial arts, I understand. The big man stared blankly for a moment. Then, as if there were some light years' delay in the transmission of her words, he nodded soberly. Is knowing the computer very well, Liu Chao. It took the weekend host a moment, but she managed. Well, sadly, your companion, Mr. Liu Chao, was not so fortunate as you have been. What do you have to tell other Chinese citizens who might be planning to come to Miami? More fierce whispering. The big man looked puzzled, then seemed to comprehend. He turned back to the camera. Renting a big car, he said solemnly. Big red Lincoln. Mahler switched off the television as the scene cut away to a commercial. Tell me he's not yours, he said into the telephone. Ours, the voice said. Everything 50-50 on this deal. Mahler sighed. It's true, then? Sure, is ours, the voice said. Pretty good, huh? Tremendous. I mean, sound like a dummy. Got better English than me. Now that's an accomplishment, Mahler said. English here better than Chinese there, the voice said, rising ever so slightly. Okay, Mahler said. You've made your point. Anyway, you worry about nothing, the voice said. That's me, Mahler said. See a few bodies strewn over the pavement, I tend to overreact. He's local hero now. What more you want? Perfect cover. Do job, get key to city the same time. What if something goes wrong? There was a silence on the other end, a major inhalation of breath, an impatient release. One thing about Chinese, the voice said. Something to understand. No matter what. Beat, shock, cut 1,000 times. Never say anything to anybody. This guy, Mahler said, he's pretty tough. Is that what you mean? Is of Hung Mun, the voice said. Once say Hung Mun, never talk. Die first. Whatever that means, Mahler said. Means go back to sleep, the voice said. And then the connection broke. Chapter 21. I am thinking that I know you, the little man said, peering at Gabriel over the glare of the propane lantern he'd pulled close between them. He'd been working on a snag in his fishing reel, had finally cleared it, guided another shrimp onto his hook, dropped it back down off the pier into the water. Gabriel shrugged. I come here sometimes. He gave his own fishing rod a shake, the rod he had borrowed from a man who would no longer need it, that is.
and glanced down into the murky water as if he knew what he was doing. He had in fact fished more than a few times with his grandfather back in Thailand, but that had seemed more ceremonial than anything else. His grandfather, originally a seafaring man from the Chinese province of Fujian, had refused to eat anything they'd pulled from the foul-smelling canals of Bangkok. "These are not fish," he would tell Gabriel haughtily, tossing whatever they had pulled up back. "And that is not water," pointing at the scum-laden surface beneath them. Puzzling words for an 8-year-old boy, but then his grandfather had always been a strange one. Gabriel glanced about the deserted fishing pier. A former bridge that had been shorn in two, was comforted to see that the broken roadway opposite them was empty. It would make things that much easier. The sundered halves of road paralleled a much newer causeway that arched high over the bay waters a half-mile to the south of them. But it was still early, the sun yet to climb from the ocean to the east, and only one pair of headlights inched silently along the new bridge from the mainland out to the island and its parks and beaches. To the west, the sky reflected a hint of dawn to come, but the tall buildings of the city were still decked in artificial light, their towers winking red warnings that reflected in the waters almost to where he and the little man sat, at the end of a road to nowhere, tending to their lines. "Not here," the little man said, shaking his head. "Somewhere else." Gabriel shook his head. "I don't know you," he said firmly. The fact was, the little man reminded him in an uncomfortable way of his grandfather. The slight build, the shock of white hair, the insistent, intrusive stare that would not let you go. Even though this one was Latino, with a healthy dose of Indian, there was a certain resemblance to his grandfather's swarthy Oriental features. "I will think of it," the little man said. He tapped the side of his head and smiled. "Once it is inside here, it always comes out," he cackled. "Sooner or later." Gabriel shrugged. The International Brotherhood of Madness, he thought. His crazed grandfather, who would take him to the banks of the Bangkok canals, their only refuge from that hovel of a home, where they would sit overwhelmed alternately by the stench from the garbage scows that drifted by, then by the sickly sweet perfume of flower barges piled high with cut blossoms on their way to market. They only pretended to fish, while the old man chattered endlessly in the unfamiliar Minnan dialect, filling Gabriel's head with tales he only half understood, most of them spinning the fabric of a glorious, impossible past, before, as he was always reminded, the communists had come to drive them from their homeland. Gabriel turned to the little man, gesturing back down the abandoned roadway. "To get to this place, you could only drive so far. You came around a barrier at an entrance far out on an island that was likely locked up in foul weather, and drove along a road that marched on pilings over the bay and had started to crumble and crater at the urging of the sun and salt water, until you were a mile out from any land that had reached another barrier. This one welded fast. There you were forced to walk another quarter-mile or so, to the place where the road fell away into darkness, and presumably the most worthy of the great fish lurked. "You have a very great car," Gabriel said. The shape of the man's limousine, nosed against the welded barrier, glowed vaguely white in the distance. Beside it loomed the darker shadow of the truck that Gabriel had borrowed from the same man who had provided him with his pole for fishing. The little man gave his cackling laugh. "It is mine for as long as I use it," he said. "I am just the driver of that machine." Gabriel nodded, as if it were news to him, working carefully. "You're a chauffeur, then?" "At 8 o'clock I am a chauffeur," the little man said, glancing up at the sky. "Right now I am a fisherman." Gabriel raised his chin to recognize the man's cleverness. More and more like his grandfather, he thought. He wondered briefly what tragedies, if any, might have befallen this one. Like his grandfather, this man had the look of a person starved for understanding, for the barest glimmer of companionship. In his grandfather's case, perhaps such cravings had been understandable. If the tales he told were to be believed, his grandfather had been a dashing figure in his prime. No fisherman where the seas were concerned, but a merchant sailor, and finally a gun-runner, a Chinese pirate with a red bandana to cover his closely shaven head, at times even a dagger clenched in his teeth. "We were the only Chinese who did not fear the sea," his grandfather would proclaim, thumping his bony chest with his aging fingers. No bandana, no knife, no boat, a pathetic figure on the bank of a stinking sewer, 1,000 miles from his home. Still, he told his stories. He did not fear the sea, he insisted, and he had not feared the men who did, especially the cowards hiding behind a red star and the fear of living a life on one's own behalf. A group of those men had come one night, expecting to find Gabriel's grandfather, who had taken up the work of supplying arms to the small pockets of long-suffering loyalists in the distant mountains beyond Zhuangping. His grandfather had, by good fortune or bad, depending upon how one interpreted it, stolen away to the docks of Xiamen to supervise the offloading of several crates of rifles made in Russia, shipped to Japan, and brought by fishing boat from Taipei. When he came home at dawn, he found his family slaughtered, his parents beheaded, his wife hacked to pieces and thrown to the alley dogs, his 2 sons with their brains dashed out against the doorstone, his 14-year-old daughter given the torture of 1,000 cuts and left for dead. None had talked. That much was clear. His grandfather had fled Xiamen that morning with his daughter, her wounds bound and packed with what herbs and medicines he could find, had cradled her in his arms inside a crate in the stinking, airless hellhole of a junk's cargo hold for 12 days and nights, and miraculously she, the woman who would become Gabriel's mother, had survived. With nothing but his words to soothe her pain and fever, he held her fast until they'd rounded the Horn of Asia and come to Bangkok to join the thousands of other Chinese refugees in the place they'd called home ever since. How many times had Gabriel heard it? Each time the account growing more fervent and lurid, until it would have been impossible to take it for truth, unless you were to come home and find your mother undressed for her work, plunging a needle into the flesh of her arm, between her toes, wherever she might find a vein, and you could trace those scars that crisscrossed her body like some drunken map-maker's misplaced tracings. Put-together girl, the other Asian girls at Jack's American-style bar called her, as if she'd been made up from random scraps of flesh. But her face, save for one long line that traced the furrow of her brow, was unmarked and lovely, and her breasts were larger than was usual among Asian women, and perhaps most importantly, she had inherited something of her father's brazen disdain. Until the dragon had consumed her, she had been a favorite of the American GIs who came to Thailand, and to Jack's for rest and recuperation in increasing droves as the Vietnam War heightened. Some of them called for the put-together girl, and some even called her by her name, but still they called, and often. Maybe there was something in her scarred body that comforted as well as excited them, that gave them hope. Those men who were likely to return to their jungle war and fly into scraps themselves, Gabriel thought. But that was just a thought, and one he'd come to long after he'd left Bangkok. "We're lucky to have this place to ourselves tonight," the little man on the other side of the lantern said, and Gabriel roused himself to nod his agreement. He was wasting time, he thought. and yet the past seemed to lay some spell upon him. He glanced around their deserted spot. There was really no point in telling this little man that the gate at the island entrance had been closed and blocked, was there? Nor that there had been one other fisherman trying his luck a bit closer in toward shore. Instead, Gabriel said, "But where are the fish?" Thinking as he spoke the words, how many times had he asked his grandfather the same thing? The little man laughed. "They will be along." Gabriel felt a chill hearing the words, his grandfather's familiar reply. His grandfather, who had told him other stories, tales of mystery and magic, at the same time less terrible but far more strange. Of Matsu, the little girl who died to save her fisherman father at sea, and whose spirit lived on to come to the aid of shipwrecked sailors everywhere. Of the Taitung, the one possessed by the spirits of the departed, and the Fashi, who listened to their strange tongue discourse and translated the messages for the living. Once his grandfather had taken him deep into the Chinese quarter of Bangkok, where they stood on the curb of a narrow street and watched, amid clouds of incense, the yearly procession of the Bai, a pagan ceremony much older and far beyond the ken of the Tao, of the Buddha. Crowds of men bearing strange godlike figures aloft on divans, bands of flute and cymbal players fore and aft, and most disturbing of all, the two messengers from the King of Hell, a tall, thin man on stilts, all in white, and a short, fat man in black, so round and full he seemed ready to burst. The pair surrounded Gabriel and buffeted him back and forth, waving their arms, squawking in their strange language like cranes, until he screamed for help, and his grandfather waved his arms, and the two finally went on their way. Though no words passed between him and his grandfather, Gabriel knew why he'd been chosen by the pair. His mother, fair-skinned and lovely, until the drug had taken her beauty, even her very self away. His father, the huge black man the GIs called Sergeant Snow. His bar, his women, his drugs which came across the border from Burma in the form of opium, to be transformed into the drifts of white powder that sustained so many American troops and gave the man his name. The big man had never acknowledged Gabriel as his son, had never so much as given him a kindly glance, but his mother told him the truth. "So, you cut the trees?" the little man was saying. Gabriel roused himself again, saw that the light was growing now in the east, that the looming shape of the truck he had borrowed had grown into an orange immenseness there by the limousine, that the big letters that explained its function were clear, even at this distance. The little man was waiting for some response, staring at Gabriel as he turned down the feed on the gas lantern between them. As the artificial light fell away, a shadow seemed to cross the little man's face, transforming his features momentarily, and Gabriel felt another chill. "Right now I am a fisherman," Gabriel said. The man cackled and his face rearranged itself, and Gabriel felt reassured. Nothing had changed, not really. "It is the way you must think about it," the little man said. "When you work for them, you might be theirs, but when you do what you want, you are yours." Gabriel nodded. It was growing light, and he had wasted enough time. He turned to the little man. "Your work is not so difficult, though." The man shook his head, agreeing. Gabriel kept his voice casual. "And you meet many interesting people." The man shrugged. "Some rich people, some famous people." He smiled. "Some good people." He tapped something in his pocket. "The lady I have now, she is one of the good people." Gabriel glanced at the limousine again. He had the car now, and he needed just one more thing. If he were lucky, it would come to him easily. If not, he would have to take measures, and he hoped that he would not have to. "Is she famous?" Gabriel asked.
She is an American actress, the man said. I suppose that she is famous. And she stays at a fabulous hotel, Gabriel asked. The man shrugged. She did, then she wished to move. She was not happy there. Gabriel nodded. That much he knew already. The rich are very difficult to please, he said. It wasn't that, the little man said. She wanted some place to be that was more comfortable, more like— He broke off to think of the proper word. A home? Gabriel ventured. The little man smiled. Exactly, a home. She was feeling of great distress, you know, and she was wanting a home. Your home? Gabriel asked, feigning surprise. The little man cackled. Oh, no, of course not. She is a famous actress, after all. I was taking her to a little hotel, one place I know about, not even so far away. My friend from Santo Domingo has it. She is much happier there. He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a Polaroid photograph, extended it to Gabriel. Gabriel held it close to the dim lantern. A small hotel, its fanciful bands of stonework in bright colors, shadowed by some glass and steel monster in the background. The actress standing on a patio, one hand trailing on a balustrade, a pool tiled in a black and white checkered pattern just behind her. She had managed to smile, but her eyes were saying something else. Beside her, half a head shorter, stood the little man, chauffeur's cap cocked back, delighted that this good and lovely person had placed her other hand on his shoulder. One neon letter, an R, part of a neon sign from another era, in the upper right-hand corner of the shot. The rest cut off at the margin. One dark, blurred hump at the picture's bottom, most likely a Santo Domingan thumb. What is the name of this hotel? Gabriel tried. The little man looked at him, almost sadly it seemed, and shook his head. I mustn't say, he told Gabriel. Gabriel nodded, as if he understood. It's all right, he said. This will do, he added, mostly to himself. I have it, the little man said at the same time. He was pointing at Gabriel now, his face a mask of excitement. I am sitting here thinking, a certain goodness is in this man, and then I remember the television, those people who tried to kill you and your friend, the robbers. Gabriel stared back at him, expressionless, the little man so pleased to have remembered, and then his expression abruptly shifted. His smile fell away, replaced by puzzlement, as he glanced again at the big orange truck, at the strange contraption that angled out from behind it. But you don't work here, the little man said. It said you were from China. You were coming here to— He turned back to Gabriel, a question on his face. To fish, Gabriel said. He had tucked the photograph into his own pocket. In the same motion he leaned swiftly forward, focusing all his might into the point of his fist, into the knuckles that drove like rock against the man's frail chest. The little man's eyes widened sightlessly, his mouth forming an unspoken O, his breath rushing away. Gabriel took him by the hair as his head fell forward, drew his arm back in an instant, sent another blow, a piston's invisible movement to the man's temple. Freeze the heart, freeze the head, he thought, clutching the slumping man by the folds of his shirt front. The little man would have felt little pain, not much more than an instant's surprise. Gabriel knew no more merciful way. Hardly how his grandfather, who'd been too foolish or too brave, had left this world, his eyes pleading, his hands clawing toward the surface of the filthy water as he sank, the stones in his pockets, the massive bricks tied to his bound feet, the weight pulling him forever down. Two of Sergeant Snow's thugs standing at the bank until his grandfather's face had disappeared, until a festering garbage scow had passed over the spot and its wake had wiped the water clean. Gabriel had stayed hidden in the bamboo thicket where he'd watched it all, until long after the men had gone, until the sun had gone,
and the night-feeding insects had bitten him into submission, and his weeping had finally stopped forever. He found a soggy scrap of flour fallen from a barge at the shoreline, and tossed it out into the middle of the water, where he thought was the proper place, and watched it sink, and then walked home. He had been 10 years old before that night. After, he had had no age. He stood, pulling the little man's arm over his shoulder as if he were a friend who had overindulged, then kicked the lantern and the tackle box and the fishing rods, one of which had begun to buck with something alive into the water below. The lantern winked into darkness with a hiss. He walked back toward the barrier, hardly conscious of the weight of the little man at his side, or of the sound of his shoe-tops dragging over the rough concrete that had once been a road. Gabriel paid scant attention to the work that was required now, feeding the last of the branches at his feet into the maw of the hopper. He had had little difficulty in starting the big truck's engines, or in operating the massive grinder tethered at its rear. The language stamped on the machinery might be strange, but its levers and buttons spoke a universal language. The machine whined with every chunk of wood he fed it, roared and spat a pulpy mulch into the truck, layers and layers of shredded tropical wood already beginning to steam and reek in the early morning heat, striations of green leafy banyan, of feathery Australian pine, bold Cordovan streaks of mahogany, spikes of Brazilian pepper, and the broken tendrils of a pencil tree, weeping its deadly white sap down the lip of the tailgate. On the top of the pile he noticed what seemed to be a shoe, but he didn't think that was possible. By the time he had finished with the last of the branches, that apparition had vanished. When it was over, he unhitched the grinder and backed the truck to the edge of the abandoned causeway. He found the lever that raised the bed and pulled. The shredded cargo cascaded out, most of it plunging into the water past a clamor of wheeling, screeching gulls, some of it drifting in a fine scree like a rain squall driven by the morning breeze. The tide had gone to work before he'd finished, had hitched the chipper back to the truck, tossed the truck keys into the water. He saw, as he turned the limousine around, that what hadn't gone under right away was already streaming off in bands that were headed out to sea. He paused, thinking of it as ashes being spread, and wondered for a moment if the goddess Matsu might be appeased. And then, thinking briefly of his mother, and of the man who had been his father, and finally of the old man who called himself a pirate, he drove the limousine away. Chapter 22. "Hell of a night, John." Driscoll was shaking his blocky head in commiseration. He swallowed the chunk of Cuban toast he'd been working on, washed it down with the last of his coffee. A green apron waitress, wearing a hairnet, came by to give him a refill before his cup had hit the saucer. That was one thing about having breakfast on Caliocho, Deal thought. No ferns, no frills, no fooling around. People came to the Rincon Norteño, the northern corner, to eat. The waitress eyed Deal's plate uncertainly. "Es problema? ¿Quieres otra cosa?" She'd scaled her Spanish down to Deal level, wanting to know what was wrong, if he wanted something else. He managed a smile, picked up a forkful of eggs, shook his head. She nodded and bustled off. He dropped the eggs back on the plate. He'd been hungry when he ordered, still was in fact, but the moment he'd start for the food, the images from the night before would rush back upon him. "You think this is your fault or something?" Driscoll said, watching him. Deal glanced up at him. Driscoll had his no-nonsense face on, was pouring an inch or two of sugar into his coffee. He was trying to think of the right response when Driscoll went on. "Like this lady who saved your life once, as you put it.
You might have said something different to her on the phone that night, like maybe if you'd got to her place a couple minutes earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Deal was about to admit it. Say, yeah, I guess, something like that, when Driscoll held up his big paw to stop him. Let me tell you something, my friend. You remember 25 years ago, while the Republican convention was going on out at the beach? Deal nodded. That was Driscoll. A story for every occasion. Yeah, well, I was still in uniform then, and me and my partner, a guy named Ray Robinson, were on the way out to help keep the Huns off Tricky Dick and Tricia, like every other cop in the county. When we get this call, there's some jumper on top of the county courthouse. Driscoll shook his head at the memory of it. Went on before Deal could cut in. So we have to turn around, go down to the old tower, ride those ancient elevators that take forever, climb a little catwalk up to the very top. It's hot as shit because it's the middle of the summer and they don't air condition that part of the building, of course. But anyway, we finally find the door the guys jimmied open and look out, and sure enough, there he is. Cuban guy in his early 20s, sitting on the edge of the parapet in the middle of about 50 tons of buzzard shit, because that's the only other living thing that's been out there for about 10 years. And this guy has given us this pissed-off look, like who in the hell invited us to the party, right? Deal nodded. It wouldn't have done any good to do anything else. He could get up and walk away or erupt in spontaneous flame right there in his seat. Robbers could storm into the place, make off with the till, the coffee machine, the green apron waitress. It wouldn't matter. Driscoll was intent. Of course, by this time we have received a little background on the matter. The guy out there is of the gay persuasion. He's still living at home. Him and his mother get along just fine, but his old man has come to the realization that his son's macho index is seriously out of whack. Driscoll, Deal began. So naturally, the old man called him in for a discussion, and you can still see where the kid's face is swollen up from this little talk. Couple of black eyes, lip all busted up, nose over sideways. Driscoll shook his head again. Just a real pretty picture. He held up a finger then, which is compounded by the fact, as we come to find out, that the kid has dropped a bunch of acid and is higher than a very large kite. Driscoll leaned across the table. You can grasp this, can't you? Very clearly, Vernon. So we try moving out onto the ledge after this guy, but it makes him understandably nervous, not to mention the fact that buzzard shit is extremely slippery, and we're looking to skate right out into 30 floors of air if we're not careful. Driscoll broke off, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. So I'm suggesting to Ray, why don't we just wait in the doorway, where there's a nice draft, decent view out over the bay. Pretty soon somebody with a better idea is going to show up to help. When my partner figures that we should talk to the guy, get inside his head, convince him this is not the way to deal with his problems. The waitress came by, hit Deal's coffee, gave him another look about the eggs, but he ignored her this time. So Ray starts in like, hey, asshole, your mother's down there on the street, your sisters, all your friends. Is that what you want to do, splatter yourself all over the sidewalk in front of them because you can't handle your problems? Or words to that effect. Deal stared in disbelief. Hey, Driscoll said, maybe Ray saw it in a movie or took a psychology class or something, I don't know. The point is, he goes on like that for a while, figuring that he's going to shame this kid in out of buzzard land. And all of a sudden the kid just bursts into tears, puts his face in his hands and bawls like a baby. I'm thinking maybe Ray is a genius after all. I can just sneak out there and put a comforting arm around a kid and we'll all go home together. Driscoll broke off, a quizzical expression on his face. And? Deal said. The and is, I'm about 2 steps out along the ledge when the guy stops crying long enough to glance over at Ray and say, fuck you, in some kind of Spanish, and kick himself right off the side. Driscoll gave his characteristic shrug. What I will never forget, he said, is all those people down there screaming, running for cover like there was an atom bomb coming down. He pursed his lips. I guess in a way it was. Turns out his mom and sisters were down there after all. He stopped then, lost in the memory, lifted his coffee cup absently. Deal shook his head. It's a terrible story, Vernon, but I'm not finished, Driscoll said, putting his coffee down. The point I'm trying to make has to do with Ray. Ray, Deal repeated. That's right, because this whole thing shook Ray up pretty bad. He'd been having a rough time of it anyway. His old lady had left him a couple of months before. He had a shit pot full of bills. He's trying to figure out where he made his wrong turn in life. Then this happens. 2 or 3 weeks later, he starts telling me how he's having dreams. This kid hanging onto the ledge by his fingernails. Ray is stomping on his hands until he screams and lets go, takes a header to the sidewalk. Wait a minute, Deal said. Did your partner get in trouble over this? Nah, Driscoll said. There was an inquiry, of course, but I didn't bring up what Ray said to the guy. He shrugged again. I didn't see the need. But Ray couldn't get it out of his mind. I did it to him, he started telling me. I might as well have pushed him off the side. Didn't do me any good to try and convince him otherwise. So I'm Ray, and Barbara is this guy who threw himself off the county courthouse? Deal said. Where does that get us? Driscoll made a non-committal gesture with his hands. So what's the point? Ray finally goes for counseling. Deal should too. I don't get it, Driscoll. Well, Driscoll said, Ray did seek help, as a matter of fact. He contacted Dr. Smith and Dr. Wesson, had an intimate conversation with them. He hadn't called in for a couple of days. I was walking up the stairs of his apartment to see why when it took place. Deal stared at him, and it sunk in. Jesus Christ, Vernon. The point is that it wasn't Ray Robinson's fault that kid took a header off the buzzard's perch, and it wasn't my fault or anybody else's fault that Ray Robinson redecorated his place with the inside of his head. The point is, Driscoll thumped the table with one of his thick fingers, you got troubles of your own to worry about. Barbara hadn't done what she did last night, she would have done it some other time, and it wouldn't have had a damn thing to do with you. She had big-time problems, Johnny. You were just a blip on her screen. Deal stared at him for a moment, and turned away. Go ahead, Driscoll said. Grieve for her. But don't start thinking this was your fault. Deal stared out at the traffic on 8th Street, already bustling. Never mind, it was still early on a Sunday morning. The kind of morning where he ought to be in bed, cup of coffee on the nightstand, Sunday paper strewn all over the place, Janice at his side doing the crossword. Maybe a chance he could distract her for a little fooling around while Isabel watched cartoons in the den. That wasn't asking for the moon, was it? And Barbara. What had she wanted? How much would it have taken to make her content, to allow her to want to wake up in the morning at least? Was it her job, her love life, some weird chemical or the lack thereof in her brain? Some or all of that taken together. And then your mother dies, and your only friend pisses you off so bad you decide to teach him and the rest of the world a lesson once and for all. He supposed that was the way it worked, but something seemed wrong. He forced himself from his thoughts and turned calmly to Driscoll. She didn't do it, Vernon. The words were out before he realized he was going to say them. Excuse me? Driscoll had turned back to his neglected breakfast, had a sausage patty speared on his fork. That's what's bothering me, he said. Barbara. I just can't believe that Barbara killed herself. Is that right? Driscoll said. He took the sausage down in a gulp. This detective I was telling you about, Deal said. He doesn't think she did it either. What makes you think so? Driscoll said. He'd cleaned his plate, was eyeing Deal's plate now. You gonna eat those eggs? Deal pushed his plate across the table. The way he looked at me, for one thing, Deal said, like I was a suspect. That's what cops do, Driscoll said. It's their nature. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
He took a sizable forkful of Deal's cold eggs. "Listen to me, Driscoll. A minute ago you were giving me a life-and-death sermon. Now all you care about is your breakfast.
A minute ago I was worried you were going off the deep end. Now I see you're just deluded."
"It's not funny." Driscoll sighed, put his fork down.
"A cop gives you a fishy look. That means Barbara didn't kill herself?"
Deal shook his head. "He took me through it a half-dozen times. What I was doing before she called, who I was with, what I did when I got there. But the way he was going over the details, it was like he was fishing for the slightest discrepancy."
"Sounds like SOP, Driscoll said. "Anyway, the guy already called me. He's not on your case."
Deal gave him an astonished look. "This detective called you? Why didn't you say anything?"
Driscoll shrugged. "I'm telling you now," he said.
"Jesus Christ, Driscoll!" An old guy with an unlit cigar in his mouth glanced over from his place at the counter, and Deal lowered his voice to a hiss. "How do you know he isn't on my case?"
"Givety?" Driscoll laughed. "I know Buzz Givety from the time we used to drive a patrol car up and down this street right here, before he joined the White Flight up to Broward."
Driscoll nodded out the window that gave onto 8th Street. A lowrider had pulled up to the light. Its windows smoked to obsidian, the bass from its throbbing speakers pushing enough air to rumble the plate glass at Deal's elbow.
"I told him the whole thing. How you met Barbara in the first place, what you told me about her mother and sister and all."
He broke off to signal the waitress for more coffee, then turned back.
"And that you're basically the squarest, most law-abiding citizen that it has ever been my pleasure to rent an apartment from."
Driscoll opened his meaty palms on the table, resting his case. "I guess that's a compliment," Deal said. He considered things a moment, then turned back to Driscoll. "But the point is, he seemed to think there was something worth following up on."
"Giverty's just doing his job. The M.E. says it's a suicide, it's a suicide."
"That M.E.'s just off the boat. He could hardly pronounce suicide," Deal said. Driscoll paused, giving Deal a look of concern.
"Something does occur to me," he said finally.
"What's that?" Deal said.
"That you're doing just what I was talking about earlier."
"Come again?"
"The whole guilt thing," Driscoll said. "You don't want to accept that Barbara did herself in because that gets you all screwed up thinking you could have prevented it."
He gave him a look.
"So if Barbara didn't kill herself, you're off the hook."
Deal stared back, dumbfounded. "Terrific, Driscoll. You should forget the private eye business, go into psychiatry." Driscoll raised his hands in innocence.
"I'm just trying to figure out why you're having these feelings."
"God damn it, Driscoll. Even her sister said it. Barbara just wasn't the type. She was too pissed off to kill herself." Driscoll feigned surprise.
"Aha! Now there's your proof."
Deal stared at him for a moment, then turned away. "Forget it, Driscoll. You're right. She blew herself away. Let's forget about it and eat." He raised his hand to signal the waitress. "What do you want?" he said over his shoulder. "Couple rashers of bacon, a roast pig? How about a side of beef to go with that?" Driscoll put his hand down, gave him a wary look.
"Look, Deal. Somebody gets killed, there are usually reasons. Robbery, jealousy, fit of rage, stuff like that."
He ticked off items on his fingers as he continued.
"We know that nothing was taken from Barbara's place. Do you have any knowledge of anyone who was angry with her? Anyone who would have wished her harm?"
Deal turned back to him. It was true. All logic argued against his feelings. "No," he admitted. "She was angry with her sister."
"But the sister, this actress with a life and money and all that, she wasn't angry with Barbara."
"It didn't seem like it to me." Deal stared at him.
"Okay," Driscoll said. He threw up his hands in surrender. "I don't have anything to do. You want to leave Isabel with Mrs. Suarez a couple more hours? I'll ride with you up to Broward. Take a look at what they got."
Deal looked at him. "It's Sunday. Is anybody going to be around?" Driscoll laughed. "You think the ME's office takes the weekend off? That's when the crazies go into high gear." He sighed then, as if he were recalling the weight of 30 years of such weekends. "Let's do it, then," Deal said, and the big man heaved himself up out of his chair.